that is a forensic psychologist.
Hey, Tony. Party? How are you doing? Oh, good. Great. Everybody's doing all right? Oh, here, man. Oh. Wow. Morning, Bob. Bob, Marty, and Tony in the house. Oh, good to see you too. Oh, say it later, man. Later. Good talk. We had a good talk, yeah? Hey, Granny Joe. I know you can't hear the video. This isn't what I'm here to watch. It's a commercial break. If you want to go watch Law and Crime, check it out. There's where you go. You want a link for it? Here, I'll hook you up. Bye. Hey, Golden. How you doing, man? Toodaloo, motherfucker!
Toodaloo, motherfucker.
Hey,
Water. I was kidding, Bob. Bob, you're alright, whatever. Jesus Christ, dude. Fuck, man. The fuck, dude. I'm sorry, I can't suck. I can only suck so many cocks first thing in the morning, asshole. Figure it out. You didn't make the cut. You gotta be the first 5 here. I'm sucking everybody's cock all fucking day. I ain't the streamer for that. I hang out with real brother. He makes sure everybody's happy. I don't do that. Figure it out. I'm not the one to fucking make your day better. Not unless you want to be like, man, I'm glad I'm not always pissed off like that guy. Life ain't so bad. In that sense, I could make it better. All on how you look at it, man. I'm here. I don't change. I'm the same person I was yesterday. I'm sorry, I didn't change. I didn't change while I was sleeping. Ah, my bad. Maybe tonight, you know? Give me another chance. You're disposable. A dime a dozen. Once shit pops off again, you people, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? You already know. Once shit pops off again, I won't need you anymore. Fuckheads. I don't need you to survive in the streaming world. It's like that. Once shit pops off again, I just do what I do, and you know they'll come. I'm not saying I'm all that, but there ain't that many people that know how to do this. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. I do appreciate you though, but not when you're a little shit. I don't need friends. I just need community members. Do you see the difference?
This issue is before me on the motion of the state
They come and go,
to
and
admit
I'm used to
evidence
it.
pursuant
So
to
fuck
Rule
off. I'm watching
404B
something.
of the South Carolina Rules of Evidence, and also under the theory of race geste. Of course, the defendant is on trial for murder of his wife and son.
You're not going to
and over the
find
course of
another
the past
streamer
several
like me.
days, we have
No, you're not.
conducted
Not someone
an
that puts as
extensive
much heart into this
in-camera
and at the same time
hearing.
doesn't give a fuck. Look for it. I bet you can't. I'm the only one.
The court has reviewed all of the exhibits submitted and I've considered the testimony of each and every witnesses, and I have concluded that the motion should be granted.
But a little both.
Under the law,
I
of
work
this
with what I
state,
got, you know?
evidence of other crimes is not admissible to
I gotta
prove
hone my craft.
the character of the person in order to show action in conformity therewith. An exception, however, exists when the evidence is offered to show motive, identity, the existence of a common scheme or plan, the absence of mistake or accident or intent. And before admitting this evidence, the court must first determine if it's relevant. Our rules define relevance as evidence having any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the case more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. After
didn't want Bob to
determining
leave,
relevance,
man.
the court must
But-
determine if the evidence falls
You might
within
have
an
needed to leave.
exception
You know?
to Rule 404. In determining if an exception exists, the evidence must be
Help him
logically
do something today,
relevant
maybe.
to the particular purpose or
Outta here.
purposes for which it is sought to be introduced. And this requires the court to analyze whether a logical nexus
I'm gonna miss
exists.
Bob, man. I'm gonna miss him.
Evidence is logically relevant when it reasonably tends to prove a material fact and issue. And of course, the evidence of any other crime offered to be admitted into evidence or proven or testified to
Dude,
must
he
be
really
proven by
shouldn't have
clear
shit in his
and
mouth sucking on it
convincing
like that.
evidence. And the court
I thought
is
it was
to
bad enough
conduct
when his
an-
son was doing it
required
behind
to
him,
conduct
but
an analysis
it's
under
just
Rule
a
403,
fucking weird look. Like it's got a
which
pacifier
weighs
in
the
his mouth.
probative value versus the prejudicial effect.
Isn't it? If I did that with my mouth, would it be kind of like
According to the state,
you'd be
the
unzipping
nexus
your
is
pants
supported
probably
by
over
the
there because I
unusual
can't see what you're doing.
circumstances of the murders, in that the defendant was the last person to see his wife and son alive, and the one who discovered the bodies, all in a relatively short period of time.
Thank you for the 4 likes.
The state has presented evidence in this in-camera hearing, evidence of numerous
I
financial
don't deserve them, though.
crimes
You can take them away.
allegedly committed by Mr. Murdaugh. The state argues that the logical nexus between the murders and other crimes is that the looming exposure of financial crimes provided motive for the murders and is evidence of malice, an essential element of the crime of murder. On June 7th, the defendant was confronted about $792,000 missing from the law firm. Beyond that sum, the state contends that millions of dollars were misappropriated by the defendant,
Right.
and this misappropriation would imminently be exposed. We've heard from the bookkeeper for the law firm, Gene Seckinger, who testified to confronting the defendant on the day of the murders about the missing $792,000 from a case that he worked on with attorney Chris Wilson. She had previously questioned Mr. Murdaugh concerning the improper disbursement of fees in the case of the estate versus Hirschberger, wherein it's alleged that Mr. Murdaugh sought to put the fees in the name of his wife Maggie to hide them from discovery in the boat case. She testified that the firm conducted a forensic audit, which then documented millions of dollars of misappropriated funds by the defendants, funds that the law firm had to replace.
But why would he kill his wife again?
The defendant and his son, Paul, have been sued following the fatal boat crash, and the defendant had been served a motion to compel production of his financial information.
So he was mad at Paul for getting in that wreck
On the
because he's
day
making
of
him
the
get busted?
murders, according to the testimony, the defendant was preparing for the motion to compel, which was set to convene in 3 days. We've heard testimony from Jan Malinowski, the president and CEO of Palmetto State Bank, who provided testimony and documentation to millions of dollars owed by the defendant to Palmetto State Bank, all while the defendant was frequently carrying a substantial negative account balances.
I can't imagine owing $1 million.
Michael Gunn, a consultant with Forge Consulting, testified that the defendant created a fake bank account using the firm name of Forge.
I think everybody sold his house, though.
And according to the testimony of Ms. Seckinger, this fake account was used as a main depository for a substantial, if not most of the misappropriated funds. We heard testimony from Attorney Chris Wilson about confronting the defendant about the missing $792 and the personal sum to him owed of $192,000 was later discovered. That testimony or that confrontation took place on June 7th. Mr. Murdaugh later confessed to having stolen those funds along with committing a multitude of other crimes, and also claimed to be suffering from drug addiction. We heard from Michael Satterfield.
Looked like a heroin junkie or anything, though, you know? It's
Mr.
like,
Murdaugh,
wow.
according to him, represented in a lawsuit against himself involving the death of Gloria Satterfield, Michael Satterfield's mother, who was the housekeeper of
It makes this now why it's so
Mr.
goofy,
Murdaugh.
though.
He testified that he'd heard of through the reports that money had been recovered in the case, and when he discussed it with Mr. Murdaugh told him that no money had been recovered and it would take a year or so. It was later revealed that money had been recovered and that a confession of judgment was later issued in the sum of $4,304,000.
The split.
Also received testimony from Mr. Carson Burney from the State Attorney General's office, who traced funds in and out of the bank account. I find that the jury is entitled to consider whether the apparent desperation of Mr. Murdaugh because of his dire financial situation, the threat of being exposed for committing the crimes which he was later charged with, resulted in the commission of the alleged crimes. While motive is not a necessary element, the state must prove malice, and evidence of motive may be used to prove it. And in this case, since the identity of the perpetrator is a critical element that must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, evidence of motive may be used in an attempt to meet that burden. This evidence of other crimes is admissible and it's non-propensatory, as it does not suggest to the jury that the defendant has a tendency to commit murder. I specifically find that these other crimes will not lure the jury into declaring guilt on a different ground or than the specific charge. Thus, it is non-propensatory evidence and is supported by state law. Therefore, this non-propensatory evidence of other crimes is admissible under Rule 404B and Rule 403. and that the evidence, which may be prejudicial, but it's more probative than prejudicial. As to res gestae, the state alleges that Mr. Murdaugh was under immense pressure after being confronted about the missing fees, the upcoming hearing on the motion to compel his financial information, his dire financial straits, and looming exposure of this criminal activity. And the state contends that that situation led to the murder of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. Our courts have held that where evidence of other crimes is an integral part of the crime for which a defendant is charged, or it is needed to aid the jury in understanding the context with which the crime occurred, then that evidence is admissible under the theory of res gestae or res gestae, as some might pronounce it.
I even know these words, dude.
I find that the activities and conduct of the defendant on June 7th, 2021, as testified to, is admissible under res gestae, and that this evidence furnishes a part of the context of the alleged crime. It's necessary to the full presentation of the case, which the state is entitled, particularly since the state is relying heavily on circumstantial evidence. I find that it is so intimately connected with and explanatory of the crime charged under the theory that the state is seeking to prove, that proof of it is essential to complete the story. And our courts have further declared that where the full presentation of the evidence is admissible, that there is no reason to fragmentize the events under inquiry by suppressing parts of the res gestae. Further, in State v. McGee, the court held that where res gestae, evidence of res gestae or part of res gestae is properly admitted, then no 404B or Lyle analysis is reached. However, as to the finding of admissibility of evidence, which I have done, and the finding of it within the res gestae, I've nevertheless conducted a Rule 404B analysis or Lyle analysis, though not needed. In conclusion, the state's motion to admit the other evidence or evidence of other crimes is admitted. I will file a more formal order granting the state's motion later today.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Are we ready for the jury?
On Your Honor's ruling, I don't know that they're getting into the financial stuff immediately, but we do have a proposed limiting instruction that we would request the court to give at the time they offer the evidence.
Yeah, thank you very much. And
I was drunk last night.
Certainly, upon request of the defense, the court is required to give a limiting instruction.
Your Honor, the schedule will probably be late afternoon or tomorrow when we started to cross into some of those financial witnesses.
Have you reviewed the defendant's proposed limiting instruction?
I'm looking at it right now, Your Honor.
Trying to limit the questions they can ask. It's all about words. What words can be said in front of the jury. Words are so important, man. I fuck up a lot with my words. Before agreements, be impeccable with your word. Consider agreement number 1. I screw up with that one daily. Oftentimes because I don't smoke before going live. A war zone, huh? Have they done a death toll yet? Updated. It's Syria too, though. They're trying to say what they are allowed to talk about with his finances. Why would he have killed his wife and kid over owing money? And wait, no. Maybe they murdered him because he owed money, but I don't really see that because.
You want me to give this
It looks like he did it. It seems like
after the testimony or before the testimony?
But before the testimony is offered, Your Honor. From
hearing his voice in the background like that, with the water, with the kennel, moments before they were dead, and he said he wasn't there, no, that's a red flag, dude. He's fucking lying. And there are witnesses saying that they are for sure that's his voice.
The last sentence, I think, also has a typo in it. But
he was trying to delete those videos, man. That's why he grabbed his son's phone.
Generally, though, I have no problem with this charge, and I have no problem with it being given before such financial evidence is received.
You've indicated those witnesses will testify later today or tomorrow?
Probably not late today, but almost certainly tomorrow.
All right. Well, you have an opportunity to submit your own proposed limiting instruction or to confer with defense counsel and see if you all agree.
Absolutely. We'll work on that, Your Honor.
Yeah. Of course,
I figured there was going to be a lot more.
The question of res gestae and whether or not a limiting instruction is required for res gestae testimony.
No, I understand, Your Honor, and I guess I understood the scope of the court's ruling to go beyond res gestae or gestae and to include prior events that he wasn't confronted about on June 7th. Now, if the court's ruling is limited to the confrontation on June 7th and about that transaction, then it would be res gestae.
It's not limited to June 7th. June 7th also includes res gestae, but the ruling includes all evidence of financial crimes that may likely have led to a motive, lend itself to motive for the crime committed. And that may be before or after.
Yes, I understand the court's ruling. I will, for the record, when it's offered, just make a formal objection to protect the record.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Showing no disrespect to the court.
No, I understand.
Race just died, man.
Okay, you ready for the jury?
I'm going to go.
State's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Bring them on.
Res gestae. It's RESGESTAE. The events, circumstances, remarks, etc., which relate to a particular case, especially as consulting admissible evidence in a court of law. Period. Origin, Latin. It's actually, yeah, it's a Latin word still. Spelled exactly the same as it is in Latin. Latin, it means things done, literally, things done. Chris, gesti. Hey, I definitely learned something. I didn't know what that was.
Thank you. Good morning. It's right at noon. Well, 11:58. It's still morning. We embark on day number 11. Call your next witness.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
From the state of South Carolina, we now call Miss Moselle Smith to the stand.
Oh, yeah, probably. It's probably going to be a lot more.
How you doing? Raise your right hand. Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Michelle Shelley Smith.
Take a deep breath.
Yes.
What is your first name?
Michelle.
Spell that, please.
Mushell.
Where'd you get that name from?
My auntie named me.
And where did she get that name from?
I don't know.
Is it Michelle with a U?
You, yes, correct.
During the course of this, if you don't mind, is it okay if I call you Miss Smith or Miss Shelley or Shelley? I really don't know what's going to come out of my mouth sometimes. Is that okay?
That's okay.
But do you go by Shelley?
Yes.
Please tell these folks, Miss Smith, about Moselle Smith, where you were born, where you were raised, please.
Hampton, South Carolina.
And ma'am, if you won't mind just pulling this up a little bit and speaking into it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I was born in Hampton County. Have 4 grown kids.
Louder, Ms. Smith.
I was born in Hampton County, 4 grown kids, 8 grands, and I worked for the Hampton County District for the last 28 years. Food service is my professional.
Pull that chair up. I just want you to be comfortable. Like you said, you had 4 adult kids.
Yes,
Then you said 6 to 8 grands.
it's 8 grands.
8 grands. Okay. And raised where?
Hampton, South Carolina.
Okay. Where'd you go to high school?
Wade Hampton High School.
And what did you do after high school, Ms. Smith?
Got married, raised my kids, and that's it, my profession, that's it.
And that is the hardest profession, raising children?
Yes,
You had 4 kids.
4 kids.
And when you were raising them, taking care
Yes,
of them. And are any of your family here today?
yes, my brother and my daughter,
What's your brother's name?
Michael Smith.
Michael Smith, will you stand up? Is that your brother?
Yes, that's my brother.
And who else is here?
My daughter, Rochelle.
Miss Rochelle, will you stand up? Thank you. They here supporting you today?
Yes,
Don't take this the wrong way, but other than raising a family, which is the hardest job, were you doing anything else during that time period?
no, till 1995, I started working at the school district.
Okay. Did you work in your church while you were raising your family?
Yes, I worked at church.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking. What did you do with your church while you were raising your family?
Usher, kitchen ministry,
Kitchen ministry?
yes,
And how long did you do that?
all my life, church,
Are you still doing that?
yes.
And you don't have to name your church, but where's your church located?
Fairfax, South Carolina.
So at some point after your children moved up in years or got older, did you start another profession?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the ladies and gentlemen what that was, please, ma'am.
Private home care.
I'm sorry?
Private home care, caregiver.
How did you get into that?
My aunt.
And was she in that business?
Yes, she's an LPN. Yes.
An LPN?
Yes.
Licensed practical nurse?
Yes.
And when did you get into the home care business?
Probably about 10 or 12 years ago.
Now, prior to that, had you already started with the school?
Yes, I'm still at the school also.
Okay. Tell them when you started with the school.
The school in 1995, that's correct, 1995.
And what school did you start with?
At North District Middle School in Varnville, South Carolina.
North Central Middle, Varnville.
North District Middle School. Yes.
What did you do for them?
Food service.
And how long did you do that at that school?
I've been there for 19 years at North District Middle School.
After that, did you change
Yes.
locations?
6 years later, I went to Hampton High School.
And for those of us that don't know, where is that?
Varnville, South Carolina.
And you've been there 6 years?
Oh, no, 6 years at Hampton High School.
So total years in the school system is what?
28 years.
And you're still there?
Still there.
So you started home health care while you were still teaching school, or
No.
still going to school?
Going to school, working food service.
And will you please tell them, you said your aunt got into business. Were you working with one family at a time, or did you have...
Different families at a time. Different families.
And how long would you stay with the family once you became their caregiver?
It all depends on how long if they're deceased, I will move on to another family.
So is it fair to say you'd stay with the family until the person passed on?
Passed on, yes, correct.
And then how did you get other jobs as far in that caregiving profession?
My aunt always called me and said there's a job, and she let me put me on that job.
So to give the jury an idea before we get to this case, your schedule would be what when you were still working at school?
Yes, at school.
Caregiving.
Yes.
Okay, so what was your typical day like?
My typical day was I leave home at 7:20, have to be to school at 8 o'clock that morning. And I will stay there till 1:45, make my deposit for the school, then leave and go to my next job.
Can you tell this jury, Ms. Smith, how it came about that you started working for the Murdaugh?
It was a job opening. I think one of the caregivers mentioned it to me, and I said, yes, I'd be interested in going. And that's how it started.
And one of the caregivers mentioned your name. Do you know who that was?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's Barbara Mixon.
It's Barbara Mixon?
Yes, sir.
So there's an opening and your name got brought up.
Yes.
And can you tell these folks when that was? When did you start working for the Murdaugh family?
I think it was October of 2019.
And what was your role as a caregiver specifically for the Murdaugh?
Miss Libby, taking care of Miss Libby. Miss Libby.
Was Mr. Randolph, I knew him as Solicitor Randolph Murdaugh, but was Mr. Randolph, was he there living when you started there?
Yes, he has, yes.
And then that's what we've referred to as Almeida?
Yes, Almeida's, yes.
What was your primary job as the caregiver? Were you there to take care of the solicitor or Mr. Randolph, or was your primary job for Miss Libby?
Miss Libby.
Okay. Did you also ever tend to Mr. Randolph's?
Yeah, every now and then. Mm-hmm.
But your main focus was Miss Libby?
Miss Libby, yes.
From October 19th up to June 21st, Ms. Smith, and I want to be very delicate in this question. I think it's something that affects everybody in the world, this jury there, but did Miss Libby's condition get worse?
Yes.
And is she suffering from something that affects all our families, is Alzheimer's?
Yes.
And that got worse from the time you started until June?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, in June of 2021, how would you describe Miss Libby's condition?
Alzheimer's, couldn't remember anything at times.
In your opinion, as her caregiver, was she aware of what was going on around her?
No.
All right, specifically, in June of 2021, Ms. Smith, or May, June of 21, tell these folks what your school schedule was and then your work schedule with the Murdaughs.
Okay. My school schedule was 7:20. I would leave home, be to school at 8 o'clock, and I leave there at 1:45. Go home, make my deposit at the bank, go home, rest, come back to work at 7:45. Had to be there at 8 p.m. that night. I would stay all night and leave 7:45 the next morning, leave there and go back to the school.
So was that the shift you were working for the Murdaughs
Yes,
primarily?
yes,
From 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.?
yes.
When did you sleep after you went to school?
Took little cat naps every now and then.
But would you go home after you made your deposit?
Yes.
You would rest?
Yeah, that's for a couple of hours.
And then did you have a change of clothes at the Murdaughs for when you went straight to school the next morning?
Yes.
Well, ma'am, I'd like to take you to June 7th of 2021. If you'll go back there, if we can take them back in your mind and take this jury back there right now, please, ma'am. Were you working as a caregiver for Miss Libby Murdaugh on June 7th of 2021?
Yes.
Now, had Mr. Randolph, again, I know Ms. Solicitor, but had Mr. Randolph's condition worsened? Had he gotten... Was he in the hospital? Was he there when you got there on June 7th?
No, he was not.
Do you know where he was?
He was in the hospital.
What time did you get to the Murdaugh, Miss Libby's residence and Mr. Randolph's residence on June 7th of 2021?
7:45.
Okay. And that's the time you were there?
Yes.
And you're never late, are you?
No.
And is somebody waiting to leave for you to get there?
Yes.
Okay. And this night, who was there?
It was Miss Barbara Mixon, I'm thinking. Can't remember. I think it was Miss Barbara.
I'm having trouble
I'm sorry.
understanding your words. Can you speak maybe louder?
Okay. Yes.
I know you can't change your voice, but
Yes, sir.
a little louder, please. Or closer to the mic.
Can you tell us what Miss Libby, when you got there on June 7th of 2021, shortly before 8, where was Miss Libby?
In the bed.
And as a professional caregiver, and this was what time of night?
8 o'clock that night.
If one of your patients that you're taking care of is in the bed resting, do you like to disturb them?
No.
If they're sleeping, do you want to wake them up?
No.
So when you got there, was Miss Libby in bed?
She was in bed, yes.
And do you get briefed by Miss Mixon on what happened during the day, or y'all exchange, hey,
Just come in, change her, if she need to be changed or whatever, like that.
make sure that
She's
dry?
She's dry. It's okay, yes.
So where's your desk? Or what's your position when you're there, when you're in her room, Miss Libby's room?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you sit when you're in the room? I mean, what do you do to take care of her?
In a recliner. Have the recliner. Sit there.
And is there a TV in the room?
Yes.
And is the TV usually on when you're there with Miss Libby in the evening, or does it?
Yes.
Okay. Was it on this night?
It was on, yes.
And do you remember what y'all were watching? What was on TV?
American Says, a game show.
Say it again.
American Says, the game show.
Okay. How long has that been on?
It's stays on. It repeats. It's afterwards repeats itself.
What channel is that on?
The Game Network show. Channel, excuse me.
At some point on the evening of June 7th of 2021, did you see Alex Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time it was? Approximately.
The game show was on, so it had to have been 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9:30, somewhere up in there.
8:39, 9:30?
Yeah, somewhere up in there.
Is it fair to say it was later in the evening?
It was late in the evening, yes.
And you had worked that schedule for that 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. shift for how long?
2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
Was it unusual to see Alex Murdaugh at that residence that time of night?
Yes, on my shift, yes.
And that's the only shift you'd work.
Yes.
So the 8 p.m. to the 8 a.m. shift, it was unusual to see Alex Murdaugh there visiting, correct?
Correct, yes.
Have you ever been over there before that time of night?
I think different off and on. It all depends.
When he got there, can you tell the jury what happened?
He called the house and told me he was outside.
He called the house.
Yes.
What phone did he call? It's a terrible question. I mean, was it your phone, the house phone?
The house phone. The house phone.
And when you answered the house phone, what did he say?
He was outside to let him in.
He was at the house,
Yes.
right outside the house,
Yes.
and he called you,
Yes.
and he said, "Let me in."
Yes.
And after he called you, how long did it take you to go open the door to let him in?
About 5 minutes.
So he was right there at the house.
Yes.
You let him in?
Of course, yes.
Do you remember what he was wearing?
Shorts and a t-shirt.
Do you remember what kind of shoes he had on?
Those cloth shoes, like Sperry's, that type of material. Like Sperry's, that type of material, cloth shoes.
Cloth shoes?
Yeah, like cloth. I mean, yes.
And you said something called Spears?
Something like Sperry's, that, that kind of, but it was cloth.
Okay.
That kind, yeah.
Wasn't boots?
No, it wasn't boots, no.
Are you familiar with tennis shoes?
Yes.
Was it tennis shoes?
No, it wasn't tennis shoes.
They were Yeezys,
Cloth,
bro.
Sperry type shoes?
Yes.
Probably.
Did he have any socks
Sounds like
on?
Yeezys.
No, no.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, could you describe Alex Murdaugh's demeanor on June 7th when you were there with him and his mother Libby?
He just
How was
came,
he acting?
like, fidgety. This came in,
Speak up, please. ma'am.
fidgety, I'm thinking. It's normal.
What did you say, man?
Like he was fidgety, like, yeah.
Fidgety?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. And did he tell you why he was there?
No, he just came to see his mother.
Did he talk to his mother?
But she was asleep, yes.
She was asleep. Okay. And what did he do? What did Alex Murdaugh do when his mother was asleep?
He came and sat on the bed because we was asking me what I was watching. I said American Says. I said a game show.
Did he say anything to his mama?
We said, "Hey, Mom, how you doing? Just came to check up on you." Yeah.
Did he say why he'd come to check up on her?
Because Dad was in the hospital, call him Hansel. Yeah, was in the hospital.
And in your opinion, as being there, her caregiver, did she even know that he was there?
No.
The objection's overruled.
You said no?
No. No.
How long did he stay in the room with y'all? I say y'all, for the record, you and Miss Libby, I apologize.
About 15 to 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Was he moving around the room?
He was laying on the bed.
Did he have his phone with him?
Yes.
Was he looking at his phone?
Yes, he was on his phone, yes.
I'm sorry, ma'am. What?
Yes.
After that initial conversation, he said, I'm here. Did he have any other attempt to have any other conversation with Miss Libby?
No.
Did he hold your hand out? Did he ever hold her hand?
Yes, he did hold her.
Did you talk to her?
Yeah, she was in the bed, yeah. Yes, he
And
did.
her condition then was what?
She was, sleep off and on, sleep.
How long did he stay there?
Judge, last minute.
I forgot.
20 minutes, about 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
About 20 minutes.
What happened after that?
He left.
Your shift ended when?
8 o'clock the next morning.
At some point after that, did you get a call from Miss Mixon?
Yes,
Did you learn what had happened at Moselle?
yes.
At some point after that, did you get a call from a family member? I really don't know who it was, but
Yes, yes,
do you remember who it was?
yes.
Okay, who was it?
This was Randy.
Randy Murdaugh.
Randy Murdaugh, yes.
Alex Murdaugh's brother.
Yes.
And as a result of that, were you expecting people to come over after that?
No,
After that phone call, were you expecting people to come spend the night that
Yes.
night? Okay. Who was going to come over?
Randy told me John Marvin, Buster and his girlfriend, and Alex.
John Marvin, Buster and his girlfriend, and Alex.
Yes.
And did you, in fact, see them later on that night? Or that morning, the next morning, I'm sorry. Did they come to Alameda after you got a call from Mr. Randy saying they were coming? Did they come?
Yeah, they came, yes.
And at some point later on that morning, did you see Alex Murdaugh again? Did you see him again that morning?
No,
Did he ever come looking for glasses?
that morning, that night he was in there. He came with glasses. He said he couldn't sleep.
And Mr. Randolph, or Solicitor Randolph, died shortly, a couple of days after that.
Yes.
Now, you were working the 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. shift. Were you asked to work more after this to get the family through this? Were you
Yes.
asked to help more at the house?
Yes,
And were you happy to do that?
of course.
And do you remember the day of Mr. Solicitor, I'm going to call him Solicitor, that's the way I know him, Solicitor Randolph's funeral?
Yes.
And I've been reading through all this stuff here. What's a repast?
A repast is when everybody come back after the funeral and eat.
Everybody comes back and eats?
Yes.
Well, after the funeral, did people come to Alameda, sort of like a visitation after a funeral?
Yes.
Okay. Did folks come over there then?
Yes.
And was the family there then?
Yes.
And during this repast, visitation, where were you? What was your job during that, or what were you doing during the visitation?
I was in the room with Miss Libby. It was back and forth.
And sometime that afternoon, did you see Alex Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury about that, please.
He came in the room,
You'd speak up, please, ma'am.
he came in the room and speak that, spoke like he always do.
And what did he tell you?
That he was sitting at the house. He was at the house.
Say it again.
He was at the house.
And I'm not 100% following you. He was telling you or saying to you that he was at the house? When?
The night of the murders.
The night of the murder.
Yes.
What was he telling you about that he was at the house the night of the murder?
That he'd been there 30 to 40 minutes.
Was he telling you that? Did he ask you anything about that when he was talking to you?
Yes.
Did he indicate to you what he wanted you to do with that information?
No, no.
What did he say?
He just said that he was at the house for 30 or 40 minutes. I said,
He said what? Was he there 30 or 40 minutes that night?
not to my recall.
Why are you crying, Ms. Smith?
Because they're a good family, and I love working here. And I'm sorry all this happened. They're good people, you know.
But he wasn't there no 30 or 40 minutes, was he?
No.
Can't leave the witness.
Did that conversation upset you?
Somewhat.
You upset right now?
Yes,
Did you call anybody about it?
my brother.
You called your brother after that conversation with Alex
Yes,
to tell him about that conversation.
yes.
And just to be clear, what was the statement he said about how long he was here?
30 to 40 minutes.
But his phrase was, I was here, or you know I was...
I was here 30 to 40 minutes.
Not to pry, but I can't help it sometimes. What else was going on in your life right there?
Just working hours and hours.
You're whispering. I can't understand what you're saying.
When you gonna get married?
I was planning on getting married. I was planning on to.
And had Alex Murdaugh mentioned anything to you about your upcoming nuptials?
Yes.
And when was that?
Day afterwards, I'm thinking.
The day after this?
I'm thinking it was,
after
yes.
the conversation
Yes.
you said? Where were you?
At the house.
And what did he say about your marriage, your upcoming potential marriage?
I heard you was getting married. I said yes. He said if I could, just let me know because I know wedding's gonna be expensive. I said, well, thank you.
The wedding's gonna be expensive?
He said wedding's gonna be expensive. I said, well, thank you.
Did he offer to help?
Yes, he offered. That's the type of person, a good person.
And did he ever mention the wedding to you before?
No. Mm-mm.
Did you mention that to him before?
No.
Did he have a conversation, anything else about your job? Were you working at the school?
Yes, at the school. Yes.
Did Mr. Murdaugh mention to you about your school and your position there?
Yes.
Tell him what he said, please.
He said that, if you need a position at school, my good friend is there. I said, yeah, I know. Worked at the school, the principal.
I believe you testified. Did you help out more than just your regular shift the rest of this week?
Yes.
That week after the murders and Solicitor Murdaugh's death, were you working full time then, trying to help?
Yes.
Was school out then?
No.
So you still going to school and helping?
Yes.
And after Mr. Randolph's funeral, did you have an occasion to see Alex Murdaugh early one morning?
Yes.
Do you know how long it was, how many days after the funeral, Mr. Murdaugh?
3 days, I think. 3 days.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury what time it was in the morning that you saw Alex Murdaugh?
6:30 that morning.
Say that again.
6:30 that morning.
And that had been a part of your regular 8 to 8 a.m.
Yes.
And did he call you and tell you he was coming?
No.
You didn't? Well, had he called you on June 7th and told you he was coming?
Yes.
And he was right outside the house?
Yes.
And this morning at 6:30, he did not call you?
No.
How did you know he was on the premises?
He knocked on by the bedroom, near the window.
Knocked?
Yes, on the wall.
Well, did you hear him say anything after that?
He said, I'm outside.
Say it again?
I'm outside.
Had he ever been there at 6:30 in the morning before that? While you were working there?
No, sir.
Never.
No.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed that morning when you saw Alex Murdaugh.
He came in the white, left in the white truck, came in the white truck.
Well, there's still funeral stuff's not in the World Road. There's still funeral equipment in the yard.
Yes.
Like what?
The tent was still there, and the big old building that they put the food in had out there. Like
a food truck?
Yeah, food truck. Yes,
And was that blocking your view some?
Yes, blocking view. Yes.
So when you saw Alex Murdaugh this morning at 6:30, what did he do after he knocked on the door? Did you let him in?
Yes.
Then what did he do?
Came inside.
And was Miss Levy sleeping?
Yes, she was still asleep.
Okay. Did he go check on Miss Levy?
No, he didn't come in. No.
He didn't go check on her?
I can't remember.
Well, what did he do then?
He came inside.
Okay. And did he have anything, or was he holding anything?
He had a blue something in his hand.
Say that one more time.
A blue something in his hand. Something blue.
A blue something in his hand. And can you show me how he was holding it?
Like this.
Is it all right if I touch it?
Yeah, this one.
How was he doing it?
Like this. Like that.
Holding something like this?
Yes.
And what did it look like?
Like a blue tart, like a tart.
Blue?
Blue.
Okay. Was it vinyl?
It's like a tart that you put on a car, you keep your car covered up.
Big thing.
Yeah, blue. Yeah.
And was he holding it like this?
He was holding like this.
Could you tell if there was anything in it, or do you know?
No, I couldn't tell.
But not holding like this? Did he say anything when he walked in?
No.
Okay. What did he do when he walked in?
Went upstairs.
Big course notes. United States 230. $223, $222, $413, $412. At this time, without objection, I'll save the other two. I didn't call it.
They're admitted without objection.
You testified Mr. Murdaugh came in your Alameda residence that morning. This is States 223. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
Upstairs. Going upstairs.
And is that where he went, Alex Murdaugh, that morning?
Yes.
Carrying some blue thing? And this may be duplicate. If it is, I'm sorry. That's 222. Same stairs, same house?
Yes.
States 413. What is this?
That's the bedroom.
Where in Alameda is this bedroom? First floor, second floor?
First floor.
Is this where Miss Libby stayed?
No.
And 412. that the same?
Yes, same bedroom, yes.
We'll show you what's marked 411. Don't call out the answer. This states 411 for identification at this point. Do you see the blue object in the center?
Yes,
Does that appear to look like the object you've described?
yes,
You saying yes?
yes.
Is it blue?
It's blue,
Is it vinyl?
yes.
That appears to be the same thing you saw the defendant holding this early morning hours when he came in the house. Is that correct?
It looks so, yes.
You know, this is states 411 we'd offer at this point.
No objection.
Is that admitted?
Let me just, I don't know how to ask it except to ask it. Did you ever see that blue thing unfolded when you were that morning, or you saw him carrying it?
It was unfolded
Okay. Where'd you see it?
in the bedroom, that,
And where in the bedroom?
on the chair.
And again, I'm not clear. Was that in one of these pictures we showed you? What chair? Did they disappear? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Was that on one of these chairs in this?
Yes,
Okay, and I'm referring again to 412. You saw it on the chair?
yes,
Did you you ended up leaving at some point that day, right?
yes.
When you came back the next day, was that there?
No, it
It
wasn't.
was gone.
Yes, it was gone.
And did you see Alex Murdaugh leave after he went upstairs? Do you know what he did upstairs?
No, no,
Did you actually see him leave the house after he went upstairs?
yes.
And where did he go?
Oh, I don't know. He just left outside and left.
Okay. Did he say, "Hey, I'm leaving"?
Yes, he said, I'm going, yes.
Okay. And at that point, what did you think? Did you think he'd gone?
I thought he left, yes.
Okay. Did you see him after that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell them where, please.
He came
That
back.
morning.
He came back to the house.
And how do you know that?
Because the blind was open, I seen him came through the driveway.
And what did you see him? Was he walking? Was he driving? When you saw him in the driveway?
He was driving the truck,
And I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, found out what truck was he driving?
the white truck.
And whose white truck was that?
I'm thinking it was Mr. Randall. I thought it was his truck. He had the white truck also.
He had a white truck also. Okay. So when you testified Mr. Murdaugh coming back in a white truck, that was Mr. Randolph's truck?
Objection, Your Honor, please.
Whose truck was it?
I don't know.
Ma'am, you must use words as opposed to, or because we need to know exactly what you're saying. You say yes or no if you can.
Whose truck did you think it was?
I thought it was Mr. Randolph's truck.
And were there four-wheelers or ATVs out on that property?
Yes,
Okay. What, if anything, had you observed about a four-wheeler that morning?
it was at the house,
Where had it been previously?
at the smokehouse,
When did it get moved?
the same day of that, the same morning.
Same morning when Mr. Murdaugh was there.
Yes.
And in what direction did you see Mr. Murdaugh leave? When you saw him leave the house and you thought he was gone? Do you know where he went?
No.
And when he came back in this white truck, what did he do?
He got in the other truck.
How long was he gone?
Probably about 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I'm thinking.
And then you say this other truck. What truck are you talking about?
It was a black truck.
Had you not seen that before?
No,
Why not?
because the food truck, the catering thing was still out there anyway, so I couldn't see.
So that blocked your view.
It's blocked my view, yes.
So what vehicle did Mr. Murdaugh leave after he came back in the white truck? What color truck?
It was a black truck. Black.
You know whose that was?
No.
That morning, this morning when you first saw him at 6:30, did you observe anything about his face? Any on his face?
I think I got a little cut or something.
And ma'am, I apologize. A little what cut?
Like a little bruise or something.
Where was it?
It's like above his forehead.
Okay. I won't ask you to touch me, but can you touch yourself to show where?
Right here. Something right here.
Did it look fresh?
This looked like a cut, not, I wouldn't say fresh, but it looked.
Was there a video system in the house for either Sister Murdaugh or Miss Libby Murdaugh?
Yes.
Can you tell them about that? Where was that? What was that?
It was in the Miss Libby's bedroom.
And how was that activated or operated? Is better. Do you know?
No.
Okay. Was it on all the time or not?
Yes.
And what color would it be if it was on? Was there a marker or red and black or red and green?
Mm-hmm. No circles, yes.
And would there be times when that wasn't on?
Yes.
And do you know who controlled it?
No.
Get the helmet. I'm going to show you what's marked 410. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. And does it relate to what we're talking about this morning as far as your location?
Yes.
Your Honor, 410, I believe without objection.
Says it relates.
Her testimony, where she was at.
Okay. No objection.
Submit it. Without objection, it's submitted.
Can you see this on your little, you got a little thing up there? Mm-hmm. Do you mind coming down here? Judge, can she come down here? Yes. Very briefly, it won't be long. If you would stand up there, so just so we don't block the jurors, please, so Mr. Griffin can see. Is this a picture of what we refer to as Alameda?
Yes.
Okay. And can you show where I guess I've called the main house? And I'm sorry we don't have a pointer. That's the main house. Mm-hmm. And you have to say yes for the record, please, ma'am.
Yes.
And down here, I know it's hard to see. Can you tell what that is? Can you point to the main house again? I think you blocked some doors. That's all done.
Right here.
Is that where you took care of Miss Libby?
Yes.
Okay. Now down here, there's even a little O on it. Do you know what this is down here? Let me ask you this: what other buildings are on the rock?
The smokehouse and a barn, another little shed.
And where were the ATVs usually?
At the smokehouse.
Where's the smokehouse?
That's it right here.
There you go. That's the smokehouse. Mm-hmm. And that's where the ATV was.
Yes.
And where did the ATV end up when you saw it after you thought Mr. Murdaugh left? Had it moved?
At the main house.
Say that again, please.
At the main house.
Okay. And when you saw him coming back, you thought he left. Where did you see him in the white truck? Do you remember?
He left me across the railroad track, you know. He left me across the railroad track and went out.
Which way to railroad tracks?
This way, I mean, that's the house. So I had to come around because I had to drive through.
You're not going to say anything, but speaking up.
I'm trying to.
That's good. Go back and sit down. That's fine. Thank you. Now, have you talked with either Mr. Griffin or Mr. Harpoon or one of their investigators?
Yes.
Yeah, when was that?
I can't remember.
Best you remember. I'm not looking for a date and time, but you know how long ago?
It was last year.
And I met with you a couple of weeks ago,
Yes.
and just a little while ago this morning.
Yes.
And I have to ask you for the record, this Alex Murdaugh who came and saw you the night of the murders with the shorts and the shirt and the stereotype loafers on, is that him over there?
Yes, sir.
And is he also the person that you said told you he'd been there 30 to 40 minutes?
Yes.
And is he also the person you saw in the house that night with some kind of blue vinyl that you said consistent with this picture we put in? Is that him?
Yes.
Thank you, that's all.
Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon.
We have met once or twice. Did anyone ever show you a blue rain jacket?
No. No, that good. Yes, I think so. Yes.
Now, some of our investigators showed you a picture of a blue rain jacket.
Yeah,
correct?
picture of it, yes.
But has anyone at SLED or the Attorney General's office ever shown you a blue rain jacket?
No.
Now, you saw Mr. Alex Murdaugh bring a tarp in, you said, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you a tarp, which we marked for identification purposes, Your Honor, Exhibit 86. Is this the type of tarp that Mr. Murdaugh came in to the Alameda house on the day that you were talking about?
Yes.
Tarp like this that would maybe cover up a car. Is that right?
Yes.
Any way to confuse this with a rain jacket?
No.
He was not carrying a rain jacket, was he?
No, it was balled up. I don't know him.
And you said it was balled up, and it was balled in such a manner it did not look like there was a shovel handle, a gun, or anything. It's just balled up. Is that right?
Correct.
Have I balled it up sort of correctly?
Yes.
All right.
No, we have no objection to that going in.
Your Honor, move Exhibit 86, I think, into evidence.
Without objection.
Now, when Alec left that day, this was laid out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And you had, and when you left for end of your shift that day, that's where it was, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you've never seen it since, correct?
Correct.
Now, they showed you a picture, which is in evidence. Do you even know where that picture was taken in the house?
No. In the closet.
Do we have that picture? What's the last photograph that went down? Can you see that, Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Do you know where that is, or even if it is in Ms. Libby's house?
I couldn't say because I don't be in the closets. I don't know.
So you don't even recognize the closet, is that right?
Correct.
And have you ever even been upstairs in Ms. Libby's house?
Twice.
2 times over how many years?
3 years.
2 times in 3 years. And do you know where Alex Murdaugh went when he went upstairs on the day that he brought a blue tarp in the house?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that this day that he came over was about 3 days after Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's funeral. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And it was early in the morning?
Yes.
So, and do you remember that Mr. Randolph's funeral being on a Sunday?
Yes.
So then it would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of that week. Is that right?
Yes. That's correct.
And is that the morning that you said that you thought you saw a bruise on his forehead?
Yes.
So it was Wednesday after Mr. Randolph's funeral.
I'm thinking I can't remember. It was so long I can't remember.
Yes, ma'am. And and you mentioned that he came in a truck. I think you said he drove up in a white truck. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he does have a white truck, as far as you know, right?
Yes.
And then you said he left in a white truck. And are you sure that it was Mr. Randolph's truck or Mr. Alex's truck that he left in?
Because it was moved. Mr. Randolph had always keep his truck in a certain position, certain part.
So you think he left in Mr. Randolph's truck and moved it?
Yes.
Okay. And when you came back, when you left that morning, I guess Wednesday we're talking about, was Mr. Randolph's truck back in the driveway?
Yes.
Parked in its normal place?
Yes.
Anything out of sort?
No.
Was it all covered up with mud, like someone's been mudding in it?
No.
Anything unusual about the truck?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there was a four-wheeler that had been moved at some point in time. That four-wheeler had a flat tire, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Okay, was it a front tire, back tire?
I think it was a back tire.
And it was moved up close to the house?
Yes.
As far as you know, so the tire could be repaired?
Yes, it was moved from the smokehouse to the wreck house, yes.
With a flat tire?
Yes, with a flat tire.
Now, you were asked questions about the day of Mr. Randolph's funeral. And you had a conversation with Alec, and he's talking to you about how long he was over at the house on the night of June the 7th, right?
Yes.
And he said he was there 30 to 40 minutes.
Yes.
And you said, no, I don't think it was that long.
Yes.
And then the next day, I think you said, or day after, well, the following day, or I guess that was Monday, you had another conversation with him where you just brought up the fact that you were going to get married. I think you said that was a different day, right?
Yes.
And he was just being nice, wasn't he?
Yes.
And I think you used the word good person.
A good person, yes.
Who were you referring to when you testified in response to the question by Mr. Meadows that someone's a good person?
Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
Okay. Now, he came over on the night of June the 7th, and you said it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30 in the evening?
Yes.
And that's just your best estimate of when he got there, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that he was there, in your estimation, 15 to 20 minutes?
Yes.
Now, when you said 15 to 20 minutes, are you talking about 15 to 20 minutes in the room with Ms. Libby, or on the property the whole time?
On property the whole time. Thank you.
Okay. Well, now you said it took you about 5 minutes to let him in. Is that right?
Yes.
So, are you including the 5 minutes it took him to let him in your 15 to 20, or could he have been on the property 25 minutes?
20 minutes. The only thing is
No.
the whole time. So.
And you would agree that Alex Murdaugh would visit his parents frequently, right?
Yes.
And he would always come over more so than any other sibling. Is that right?
Yes.
And you would agree that it was not out of the ordinary for Alex to come at night, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with that, right?
No.
So you don't agree that is. So was it out of the ordinary for him to come at night?
Yes, on my shift. Yes.
Well, do you recall being interviewed, a telephone interview on June 17th, 2021, with Agent Joe Albiado? You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him that it was not out of the ordinary for Alex to come at night?
Yes, it's been long, and I couldn't remember. It's been a year now, so I can't really remember.
I mean, is it possible that you told him that?
Yes.
And here today, you said, as I have in my notes, that when he came over that he was acting kind of fidgety, yet normal. I believe that's what you said. Mm-hmm. Is his normal behavior kind of fidgety?
Yes.
He's just kind of a fidgety person, right?
Yes. So
it wasn't the first time you'd seen him being kind of fidgety, right?
Well, he always come different times, so I can't,
But his demeanor was normal for Alec the night that he came over on June the 7th, wasn't it?
I'll say yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the clothes that he was wearing, and he came in and he sat on his mom's bed.
Yes.
Lay down next to her.
Lay. Mm-hmm.
And held her hand. Is that right?
He walked in and hold her hand and spoke to her, then went on the bed and lay down.
And lay down.
Mm-hmm. Not lay down, but sit up.
And when he got up off the bed, was the bed soiled in any way? Was it wet?
I can't recall that. I didn't touch it.
Okay. What did Alex Murdaugh have blood on his clothes?
No. I didn't.
He had blood on his shoes?
No.
He had blood on his hair?
No.
Did he leave blood in his mom's bedroom?
No.
Now, according to the records that we've been providing in this case, you were interviewed by SLED on June 16th. Do you remember that interview?
Yes.
And I think in that interview, you told SLED that he had been there 30 to 35 minutes. Do you remember telling him that?
I think it's, yes.
Okay. And then you were interviewed again by telephone on June 17th. Do you remember that follow-up call? You remember having a short phone call on the 17th?
A phone call.
Okay. Well, whether it's one interview or two interviews, you never told anybody at SLED in June in these interviews, one or two, anything about Alec coming in with a blue tarp. Is that right?
Right.
You didn't say anything about a blue tarp until sometime in September, is that right?
Yes.
And you initially mentioned something about Alec coming over with a tarp. The first time you mentioned it was to Officer Joseph Dingle of the Allendale Police Department when he was working a wreck. Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you had been in the automobile accident, and Officer Dingle was working the wreck and I guess filling out an incident report, and you were having a conversation with him.
Yes.
And in that conversation with Officer Dingle, didn't you tell him didn't you tell Officer Dingle that on the night of the murders that Alec came over with a blue tarp that looked like it had a gun in it?
No, I saw him like he was holding something.
So you didn't say...
I didn't say specific was a gun. I said he was holding something.
So you didn't tell Officer Dingle that he came over, and you couldn't tell, but stated it looked like a rifle?
No, I said it was like he was holding something. I did not say it was a rifle.
Okay. And if Officer Dingle wrote a report up saying that, he was just incorrect?
Yes.
Okay. And then after you had this conversation with Officer Dingle, then you were contacted by SLED agents, right? Mm-hmm. And they asked you to go down to their offices, and that's where you were interviewed in September, right?
Yes.
And in that interview, you told them about a blue tarp that you put over your car just like this, right? Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't tell them because it's not true that there was anything wrapped up in here to look like a rifle.
Right.
Okay. And since that day of the interview at the Low Country SLED office, have you had any additional interviews with SLED agents other than getting ready for trial this week, last week?
Yes.
How many additional interviews?
2 or 3.
And in each of those interviews, did you reiterate to SLED that it was a blue tarp and not a rain jacket that you saw Alex Murdaugh walking into the house with?
Yes.
Is there any doubt in your mind it was a blue tarp like this and not a rain jacket?
And it was balled up as a blue tarp.
Because you saw it laying on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair, right?
Yes, yes.
One second, Your Honor. Just one more point. When Alex Murdaugh came over on that early morning, I guess it was Wednesday, you testified. Were you in Ms. Libby's room?
Yes.
And you can't see the comings and goings out of the driveway from Ms. Libby's bedroom, can you? Mm-hmm. You can?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect.
You remember testifying in front of the grand jury on January 20th of 2022 on page 25, line 17, when you were asked about how long do you think he stayed in total. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember your answer being 20, 10, 15, 20 minutes?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin asked you about the 30 to 40 minutes Why'd you call your brother after that?
Because he's a assistant chief police at Ronville, so I called him.
Had that statement by Alex Murdaugh affected you?
Yes,
How?
I was nervous.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about the evenings visits and the morning visits. Had he ever been there at 6:30 in the morning like he was that morning? Ever?
No,
And his 9:30 visit the night of the murders, that was very unusual for him to be at night, wasn't it?
Objection, leading.
Don't leave the witness.
I'm sorry.
yes,
Was that unusual?
yes.
So you told an officer, did you tell an officer about this? You saw something that he thought he was carrying
Yes,
before you told anybody else?
yes.
And what was that about, a traffic accident?
I had someone hit my car, and he was on duty.
And when was that?
September 11th.
That's my birthday. You had an accident, and you told the officer that you had seen him, Alex Murdaugh, come in holding something,
We was talking, we was having a conversation, and that came up.
and you just told him that.
We was talking.
Had anybody asked you that before? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Had
No,
anybody asked
no,
you that before?
no.
Okay. So why did you tell the officer that on September 11th?
We was having a conversation and just talking in general, and he asked me a question, and I said, yes, I've been there, and I said, I work with the Murdaughs, his mother.
In response to him, you told him you saw Alex Murdaugh with what?
A lining, a blue tart,
And you saying tart or tart?
tart, like you cover a car with a tart,
And you said you saw him with that, and did it appear he was carrying something?
like he was holding something. It was bundled up. It was bundled up.
Bundled up?
Yes,
Like this?
yes.
So you never saw this unfolding?
No, I never saw him
Never.
till the next morning. That was on the chair in the fitness room.
And you don't know where this tart came from, do you?
No, I don't know where it's coming from.
And it didn't have silver on one side, did it?
No,
It was all blue.
all blue.
And you said that the defense took a statement from you?
Yes.
Did they record it?
Yes.
John, under Rule 613, I'd like a copy of that statement or the recording at this time, if they have it. She's now taking the stand.
Your Honor, under Rule 5, it is not subject to being produced. And we didn't question her about the statement, so.
Rule 5 is pretrial.
Under 613, I think once the witness has taken the stand and she said that they took the statement from her, either recorded or written, we don't have it, hadn't been provided. He asked her about that specifically, dealing with the blue tarp, and when they discussed it with him, I'd like a copy of it.
I actually don't mind him having it, Your Honor. We don't have a copy with us.
The rule says upon request, the same shall be shown or disclosed to opposing counsel pursuant to Rule 611A. So the defense must provide it to counsel.
Your Honor, we do have a copy here. I don't know if we can download it to, yeah?
Is it okay to produce it on flash drive now?
Judge, I mean, I can't look at the flash drive, but yeah, I guess. Is there a hard copy?
It's not a written statement, it's an audio recording.
No, I'd like to have an opportunity to listen to that without the presence here. I would assume it would be a hard copy, but I don't want to mess the court schedule up either.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
But tell me you got a written transcript.
We'll get these momentarily.
MRE number 2, beef shredded in barbecue sauce. That's a lot of sodium. I might not eat this one. 1,400 milligrams of sodium just in that. Little bitty package. Might be putting this one up. Hey cat lady, how you feeling? Alright, good night. Hope you sleep well. Glad it's over with.
Please be seated.
Well, let's see, if you need a half an hour to listen to this tape, we can take.
Your Honor, we have a rough draft of a transcript that we're emailing to them, but it's 57 pages long, but we're sending it to them.
A rough draft.
I'd like to look at the video at this point.
All right, we're going to bring the jury in and break for lunch.
That's far too much sodium. I can't eat this one. Not today. Later, Granny.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch till 2:30, and this is jury number. Juror number 729, I'll speak with you during lunch. So you can return to the jury room, please. We're going to take a break for lunch. You just cannot discuss your testimony with anyone during lunch, but you can step down and have a good lunch. And we will be in recess till 2:30.
Hi everyone, court just went on a lunch break in the
so
murder
whack.
trial of disgraced attorney.
Fuck off.
Law enforcement is asking for your help tonight in tracking down this man. 30-year-old Carlos Montes walked away from an LA County prisoner reentry facility yesterday. Montes was serving a 5-year sentence for robbery, evading arrest, and reckless driving. He's described as Hispanic, 5'8" and 164 pounds. Anyone with information is asked to call police or dial 911.
That's right. That stabbing actually considered attempted murder on the victim who is talking to Good Day LA exclusively. We'll get to him in a moment. Meanwhile, Anthony Lowe's family yesterday took to the streets of Huntington Park in protest.
We want murder charges! What do we want? Murder charges!
The family of Anthony Lowe, together with community activists and Assemblyman Reggie Jones Sawyer, took to the streets in protest, calling for charges to be filed against the officers involved in the shooting death of Lowe. Moments after police say Lowe had stabbed a pedestrian with a 12-inch butcher knife and was waving that night in the moments before he was shot. Now, family members say he posed no threat and was experiencing a mental health crisis. But the man who says Lowe stabbed and almost killed him disagrees. Take a look. Calling Lowe a threat to society. The victim is Ramiro. He's a father of 4 who spoke to us from his hospital bed in an exclusive interview as he struggles to understand why Lowe, a man he had never seen before, attacked him. Now, the violent encounter was caught on surveillance camera and shows the stabbing on the corner of Slauson and Santa Fe in Huntington Park. Ramiro, in a white T-shirt, had just crossed the street when he says Lowe jumped out of his wheelchair, hobbled over, and stabbed him with that butcher knife, narrowly missing his heart, collapsing his lung, and leaving Ramiro in critical condition. It is what set off the chain of events on January 26th.
And his family has the
he's still a lethal weapon, or he's still a threat to society because he could carry a gun or a knife. If he had a gun, I wouldn't be here. If I would have went and struck him back when he struck me with that knife, he could have struck me 3 or 4 times. I wouldn't be here. So to me, even though he doesn't have a leg, he's a threat.
Now, Ramiro says he is the victim, the forgotten victim in this entire story. He ended up spending over a week in the trauma unit in critical condition, and the road to recovery for him will be a long one. His family has set up a GoFundMe link. It is on our webpage, foxla.com. That briefing from Huntington Park Police is set for later this morning. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
Man. Him act like he didn't do anything wrong.
Güvenli alana geçiyoruz bizler şu anda. Vatandaşları da görüyorsunuz. Deprem oluyor gene.
Oh shit. Whoa.
Gel.
Man, that's gonna be chills,
Çabuk gel. Bırak onları gel. Bırak onları. Nereden çıktın? Şöyle açık alanda bekleyin. Açık alanda. Korkma bir şey yok. Korkma bir şey yok, geçti. Bana bak, korkma. Bana bak bir şey yok. Bana bak, iyisin. Tamam. Artçı sarsıntı meydana geldi ve hemen sol tarafımda gördüğünüz bina yerle bir oldu. Yine toz duman içerisinde dikkatli bir yerde. Yine o noktada vatandaşlarda da var.
This hillside could still be moving. The earth still could be shifting. We've talked to several homeowners who say that the buckled sidewalk that you can see behind me, they say this is worse this morning than it was yesterday when the slide happened. So they think that this is potentially still moving. They say they've also heard rocks and dirt fall since the slide happened. So this could still be an active situation. We're on Lambent Way in the Skyline development by Tri-Point Homes. This is a large neighborhood of new, mostly single-family houses built right on the edge of Plum Canyon. Take a look at some video from Skyfox that was overhead this morning, looking at the damage from above. So you can see those backyards of at least 4 homes on Plume Avenue. They look like they've just kind of broken away and slid down the hillside. We're told that all of the homes up there have been yellow tagged and that residents have evacuated. Now, right next to where we're standing here on the ground, another house is now yellow tagged. We can see a black fence that's been twisted, bent, and kind of pushed down the hill. There are large chunks of earth that look like they've kind of broken away from the foundation. And again, that sidewalk that's warped and smashed by falling boulders. Now, Santa Clarita Valley Sheriff's Department says it's not yet clear to the extent of the damage to the homes. The slide right now appears to have just affected the backyards, but we do see workers up there assessing the situation. We're hoping to get more information. Homeowners here say they got a notice a few weeks ago that tarps were going to be put up in case of possible erosion after the recent storms, but they didn't realize that there could be a potential landslide. Listen here.
No, I had no concept that those homes up there would be in jeopardy or their backyards or that my home here would have any lasting effects. And then it was interesting because the city supervisor was out here last night and he was red tagging and yellow tagging homes. And he said that they knew nothing about any issues that we were having on that hillside until he was called out yesterday.
Her and I, she said, listen, you can still hear it coming down, and looked over and you could just see just some of the dirt falling on top of the tarps. I feel horrible for those people up there right now. I hope they're okay. I hope everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, now, again, neighbors say these tarps and all these sandbags went up a few weeks ago after those crazy rains. They also said that they heard around the same time that all of that was happening, they heard drilling and they saw some large equipment coming in, making some changes to this hillside. But again, it's not clear what anybody knew at what time, if it was possible that anybody knew this landslide could happen. Homeowners have a lot of questions about the timeline of everything here. We'll have the latest as soon as we get it. For
Oh, here's the one, a compilation that Edition put out. Some content is disturbing. Okay, it's disturbing right now. Watch out.
Buildings crumbled as people ran for their lives in the aftermath of powerful earthquakes in Turkey. The death and injury tolls continue to rise after a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Turkey on February 6th. Estimates say at least 1,800 people are dead between Turkey and Syria. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, this is the strongest earthquake to hit the area in over 100 years. Videos show buildings collapsing to the ground following the initial quake and the 7.5 magnitude aftershock that followed. The World Health Organization says it has activated teams in the region that will provide essential health care for the injured and most vulnerable affected by the earthquake. NATO, the European Union, and dozens of nations have offered aid in light of the earthquake's devastation. This is Inside Edition Digital.
You want to go back out the room now? Okay. Awesome. I really think at this point you just like me have to fucking door for you. Fuck. There's nothing out there. There's no window to look out or nothing. He's just going to be sitting out there now. Whatever.
This morning, enormous devastation in Turkey and Syria. A massive 7.8 magnitude earthquake striking overnight. Terrifying video shows the moment a building starts to collapse. In Syria as well, streets flattened. People desperately digging out survivors in a country already devastated by war. Many of those affected, refugees. The death toll in the thousands. Hundreds of buildings collapsed. The epicenter of the quake in the Turkish city of Kahramanmaraş, near the border with Syria. The most powerful earthquake to strike Turkey since 1939. But 9 hours later, as rescue workers searched for survivors, a second earthquake. This one 7.5 magnitude, 80 miles from the first. TV cameras capturing it as it brings down a building. Turkey's President Erdogan saying this is the worst disaster his country has faced since the 1939 earthquake, which killed 30,000. Rescue workers hampered by bad weather, those left homeless facing cold and in some places snow. The US State Department overnight issuing a statement saying President Biden has directed US aid and other federal government partners to assess US response options. Dozens of other countries offering aid.
U.S. response to save lives. Syria wants us dead.
Hi,
what are you
everyone,
talking about?
Thanks for
Turkey?
checking out the ABC.
In Syria? Do you think they like us? What is happening, dude? Holy shit! How much money are we gonna send them now? Like, can't they deal with their own shit? What are we doing, man? Like, can't Europe help them? Why? We're all on the other side of the fucking planet, dude. Why do we have to be Captain Save-A-Ho for everybody? Does that make sense? That's it. Watch, there's going to be some package we're sending now. They're going to be writing that shit up. Biden's going to push it right through. Not going to have to vote on it or nothing. Boom, here's $100 billion, Turkey. Get you brand new buildings and shit going on. Be a metropolitan. You got to be like America. Everybody's got to be like America. We got to make you like us now. Come on. I get it, they need help, but it's like, I mean, can we see if they can help themselves first? You don't see us sending fucking people, burying people, or getting people out of the rubble in the Gaza Strip when Israel knocks the shit out of them. Do we send people to help them dig their fucking, to help dig Palestinians out of rubble? No, we don't. So why the fuck would we do it for these Muslim countries? Huh? Why help some but not other ones? Make us look good? I am too, man. I think a lot of people are getting tired of this shit, dude. It's like our interest rates, dude. I owe so much on credit cards right now, and they just keep increasing the fucking interest rates on me, so I gotta pay more every month for interest. I'm seeing it go up, dude. And they could stop helping other countries and maybe help us out so we don't have to pay so much in interest, and maybe we can start affording houses eventually. Americans can't even afford houses, dude. We're trying to get everybody from all these other countries to come live here so that we can give them a house. Because they're coming here expecting shit. A lot of them are. Look at Memphis, man. Look at how poverty-stricken places like Memphis are. I live in California. I'm surrounded by money out here. And poverty. This is the most bipolar state in the country when it comes to wealth distribution. But some states are just poor, man. And they're not getting help. Fucking living in places with boarded up windows and shit and paying rent to live there. I've seen some Indian reservations that the schools look they were completely shut down. I get it, they're their own thing. But still, man, our country in federally protected and non-federally protected, because Indian reservations, they're protected by their own shit. But still, like, why are we protecting other countries with our federal funds more than we are most places here? Homeless people were outside of that hotel that the migrants were staying in, and Hell's Kitchen out in New York. Freezing in the streets of New York. And by the way, New York puts up crazy obstructions on things like heating vents that are, you know how New York has the heat flowing all the times out of the ground. They put things so that homeless people can't even kick it on that and be warm and lay on them. They obstruct their ability to be comfortable on them by putting jagged metal things all over it. This is our country fucks over our own homeless people, and we invite from other countries to come live here and give them everything they want, to the point where they're throwing away their shit before they cross the border because they want new shit. Now we're talking about sending money to Turkey, probably. Biden saying, dude, he's talking about how everything he does is paid for. I don't believe that. If it's paid for, what's it paid for with? Increasing our interest rates? Is that how it's paid? That's how he did it? He's so awesome. He paid for it with our money. How do you do that? Because we let him do it. Like, fucking 8 tanks is gonna make a difference in Ukraine. Give me a break, dude. You know how many tanks Russia has? Fucking shit. They're just delaying the inevitable over there. Do we need to fucking shit or get off the pot? Are we getting in that war with them or not? Because all we're doing is delaying it and making it last longer. Shit with China now. We're stationed up in Philippines. They're not Philippines, so Guam. We're opening bases in Guam again, by the way, so that we can protect Taiwan, supposedly. Can we just let them have Taiwan? Fuck, man. Let Russia have Ukraine. If they want to go any further, let Europe take care of it. And if they can't, that's when we get involved. You know what I mean? We're not giving them a chance to spend their money on it. Because we step up to the plate before anybody else does. We're like, we got this shit. We're America. Fuck, man. When most fighting-abled men in America aren't at all willing to join our military because of our government and how they don't make our military look like it's like what it used to be. Look at the commercials that used to be on in the 80s and the 90s for the military. The few, the proud, the Marines. You see this dude climb up at the side of the mountain and shit with free hand, you know? He's like, God dang, I want to be badass like that. Now, no, you want to wear a fucking dress? Join the Marines. They don't have cool commercials anymore, making people feel like they're going to be a badass when they join. They got commercials making you feel like you're going to be a pussy. You want to join? You want to be a pussy? Come on in. And I get it. It's not like that. Like there's still admirability to being a military personnel. You got to go through boot camp. You got to, but they softened that shit up, dude. They've softened it up. It's not the same as it used to be, and that's been happening over hundreds of years. Think back to what it used to be in the Navy, dude. Whew. Bro. Like back when they're trying to conquer the Caribbean and shit, the original Navy, they're going down south, you know what I mean? Doing stuff down there in Cuba and Haiti, and the original Navy. They didn't know if they were coming home, man. Nowadays, you join the military, it's for college. You know? Back then, it was for our country. No free fucking college. There wasn't no VA healthcare program to get afterwards. Now they do it for benefits afterwards. Back then, they did it for our country, man. That shifted. People now join the military out of desperation. Because the jobs market isn't as good as they make it out to be, because the jobs aren't paying worth a shit. People can make more off of unemployment. Of course, the top of the military is very corrupt. They've been doing weird shit since since we got settled, probably. Since we gained our independence from England, they've probably been doing some funky shit with our military. Once that got out of the way. Like there are a lot of wars we were in that were kind of fucking weird. And why didn't they shoot down that fucking weather balloon before it hit our airspace? They knew it was there. They wanted us to get all crazy about that. Somebody up top, so like you're saying, corrupt, wanted the entirety of America to talk about that stupid fucking Chinese weather balloon because they could have shot it down. Why not? What's China going to do about it? Shoot down our weather balloons that go over their airspace? No, because we don't do that shit. We should. With a big-ass American flag trailing behind it. Really freaked their people out. Yeah, that's a whole nother subject right there. How we trained other armies, and then we leave their country, and we leave them with all that training, weaponry, technology. I mean, look at Vietnam now, dude. Dude. Do you know they trained in Vietnam? Had to disassemble rifles in elementary school. You'll see little girls doing it, disassembling AKs, dude. Pretty wild. I don't think we had anything to do with that one. That's one of the reasons why we couldn't win. Those fuckers out there are teaching their kids early on, you know what I mean, that other countries don't have our best interests at hand. Like Turkey and Syria want us dead, dude. Let's be real. Except for the ones that come here and get liquor stores going, and they're okay USA. But on the side, they're listening to the Syria radio broadcast all day long. I know because I've had liquor. I've been to these liquor stores, and I lived one. I lived right next door to one time, and every time I went in there, they were listening to Syrian radio. They were still fully connected to Syria. You know what I'm saying? So if anything ever happened here, they're definitely going back there for one. You know what I mean? And they were always speaking Syrian to each other in the liquor store. They're here to capitalize off of America. They're not here because they love Americans. There's a difference. We're the most capitalistic nation in the country, and people come here for that. It doesn't mean they love us, though, as people, as Americans, when they come here. They love what we offer them. Some of the migrants can't help themselves, and they let it out. Other ones, they stay strong. Some of the other ones actually probably really are appreciative, but I don't think that's the meta. I don't think that is the largest ratio of them. They knew what was there. They entered oh, right, yeah, the balloon, exactly. How long it had been happening? The balloons? I don't think it has been happening because we have so many astronomers in America. They would have seen that thing if they had been doing that before. You got astronomers every night looking up at the sky here. We have so many people. And yeah, I feel like somebody would have noticed it before. Somebody said it happened during the Trump administration, and that's why I don't really believe that. I mean, unless someone has kind of proof of, like Reddit proof or something of a spotting. I did see that they have flown at over a different country. I forget what country it was now, but there was a close-up shot of that, and maybe it was India. And they referenced it to the previous shot because someone was trying to say that was this weather balloon, and someone's like, and they linked it to the previous one. It was that same exact picture. The telescopes are fun. Because you can use them, like you can use them on the ground too. Check stuff out. You can use them for like a spotter scope for a sniper. I mean, we used to use them at the range. I'm not saying go sniping. But if you're at a range, you can use it maybe to see the target if you're far away from it. So you can see how you're grouping. Liquor stores are profit is send money home, and liquor store, yeah, they do that, yeah. Right, yeah, I believe that too. A lot of these people that come here, they send a lot, maybe not all of it, but they send money home because it's worth a lot more there. They can do more for it, whether they're using it to help family or fund other negative means. I mean, the family could be doing the negative shit with the money once they get it. Syria, it's not really Turkey. I know, I get it that we allow our intercontinental flights to go through Turkish and Russian airports, but we all well know that Turkey, Russia, and Syria aren't friendly places for Americans, right? It's not a place you want to go because there are warnings. The State Department issues warnings for traveling to certain countries. Syria's got to be one of them. Turkey probably too, but I wouldn't feel comfortable there. I've had the opportunity to fly over Russia and Turkey to save money on a flight and not fly Lufthansa. It was like Air Turkey or something. I never did it because I'm like, nope. So for us to be like, yeah, we got this, we're gonna help. Like, why do we have to help everybody, man? What? Why? Do we have a vote on it sometime or something? Like, should we help this country? Some kind of national voting where we all get to vote on it. And we, like, you know, is it like there's a national disaster somewhere, and within 3 days, like the natural disaster happens, and the president puts out a measure. There's going to be a vote, or if we should help this country out or not, or if we even think about helping them out or not. And we get to vote whether or not we want to help or not. If we don't want to help, they deal with it, you know? What the fuck? We don't get to do that kind of thing, though. We always have to depend on them to do it. That's why we have the system we have, I guess. But here's the thing. The reason we have the system we have is because we didn't have the ability to do this type of electronic, instantaneous voting 200 years ago. We needed this type of system. I mean, it was built out of necessity. Now that we have digitized the world, we need to change the fucking system and stop giving these idiots so much power. Because if we had a more voting system like this, where we can do it opposed to letting them do it for us, because we don't need that anymore, they can't be lobbied anymore. There's no, well, then we got to be lobbied. And there's so many of us. The pool would be so big. It's not concentrated like it is now. The lobbying shit would be pretty reduced, if not deleted. Let us vote again. Give us back the fucking rights, rather than giving these people so many rights and abilities to legislate us and rule us, pretty much. They're fucking ruling us now. It's all changed. They don't have any regard to like, all right, they're so protected now. And I know this might sound fucked up, but back in the day, politicians weren't protected. You know what I mean? The president could drive at one point, even. Could drive to work. Oh, there was who was it, Roosevelt, that got arrested for speeding or something? A black officer arrested him because it was the second time he had done it. Nowadays, president can't drive. I'm not sure if it was Roosevelt. It's one of the presidents. Look it up. President got arrested for speeding. You'll find it. A black officer and everything. But they have bodyguards. They have back exits, and they're protected now. They're not as worried about like pissing off their constituents. I think that's what it seems like. They're wasting so much time in Congress, you know, with the bickering and shit. It's like a soap opera. Yeah. Like that whole thing with McCarthy and voting him in. They all knew that was going to happen. But they all had to go through days of bickering just to do it. Because that's what the people crave. That's what the constituents want, apparently. Bickering. Even though you knew that you were going to pick him anyway. Jeffries. Joaquin Jeffries. Joaquin Jeffries. Ah, ha, ha. Let's clap. Let's clap longer. Let's make this last another day. They don't want to use crypto. Like, the only way we're going to get away from having all these senators and congressmen and all this shit, dude, is to make it change. They're not going to make it change because they have a job. They busted their ass to get that job. They don't want to lose it now. They want to move up the ladder. They don't want any of this stuff to go away. None of the politicians want anything to change in their jobs because that's what they fucking busted their ass to be at. They want to stay exactly how it is. That's what they applied for. And that's why we're going to fall eventually, because we're unwilling to change any of our government. The voting system. It's going to be crazy, dude. Next year is going to be fucking crazy. More people are getting pissed off. This whole Biden thing's pissing. I think the Biden thing is pissing just as many people off as the Trump thing did. The Trump presidency. The dude's fucking asleep constantly. I'm pretty sure he's the worst president we've had since I've been alive. And I thought Trump was bad. Fuck, man. Can we just have Obama back? Huh. Those were good years. Obama made us look cool, dude. As a country, he has swagger. He could talk. He made us look fucking good, dude. All presidents have their, there's some little shit they do that pisses some people off, but he was a proper president. I think he was more respected internationally than probably any president that I've had in my lifetime, maybe besides Reagan. He was probably internationally accepted, being that he was an actor and a lot of people knew who he was, and that was a time of peace for America, so we were doing very well during his years here. Like the 80s, we were doing well in the 80s because the amount of love songs that were on the radio. So many love songs in the 80s. People are just having fun, man. I remember my mom, I asked her once, she said her favorite was Carter. Anybody else like Carter? I didn't know anything about Carter. Great time to be a teen. I didn't get to experience it like that. But it was, though. I bet it was, man, because all the crazy ass hair bands and stuff. Like me, being a teen in the 90s was kind of depressing. We had all the grunge bands that were high on heroin. y'all had like the they were coke fueled in the 80s, so they were woo, you know. You hit the 90s, everybody's like, as you are, as you were, as I want you to be, you know. You got them, 9 Inch Nails sounding all, but 9 Inch Nails is actually kind of hype. No, Alice in Chains would have been another one. Stone Temple Pilots would have been another heroin band. And 9 Inch Nails would have been kind of like, maybe a little bit of Crank was in their mix. Industrial band vibe. Michael Jackson was huge in the 80s too. That would help things. It made everybody happy. I mean, he was the 90s too, I guess, but he didn't change then. He didn't gotten like... It was after the Pepsi commercial. It was good smoke. Yeah, about that. We'd be out there spending 20 minutes getting the seeds and stems out of it. Not knowing what, not knowing what had been sprayed on it too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and plus it probably wasn't flushed right. So sometimes you get that headache weed. They don't flush the nutrients out of it correctly, and smoking fertilizer in Miracle Grow. Oh, I do not miss those days, not knowing any of that. And there was word on the street some cokeheads would pee on their weed to lace it, because you actually piss out unmetabolized cocaine. And you ever hear that rumor? Yeah, but the weed wasn't really that good though, was it? It was like, I mean, it was smokable, but like, for instance, this stuff right here, I can dab just a little bit of this and it lasts for hours. Like, I smoked a little bit earlier. How long has it been now? 2 hours and 50 minutes. And the stuff we got now is beautiful. I could probably go a little longer now, but I'm really hungry, and I'm waiting on my my grains to cook in the rice cooker. It takes an hour and a half, so I'm just kind of like trying to not eat junk food, so I'm smoking a little more. Dude, there's something even stronger than fentanyl now. There are two things stronger than fentanyl. Here it is. Protonitazine. New synthetic opioid that can be more powerful than fentanyl. Oh, and and there's carfentanil, which is 100 times more potent than fentanyl. Alright, we're busting it into 5:30. We're gonna go and cash this one out. But fentanyl isn't, you can't smoke it. So, there's that. You can't really smoke coke either without it being free-based. You gotta free it from the base first, man. The original crack base. I mean, that's what crack is. I might have a little Middle Eastern descent. Why do you ask? I have a disease that comes from the silk trade route, and my great grandmother's last name was seen on a list from a concentration camp. So we're thinking that I could have some Jewish blood in me, actually, possibly. That's Middle Eastern. He said. That's what Mom said. Maybe now, don't get me wrong. It wasn't my great grandmother that was in the camp. She was in America. But the fact that we saw the same last name on a list of inmates or whatever they're called could mean something. She's dead now. I also could have black somewhere, maybe, possibly. Oh, that'd also be on my mom's side. And like, somewhere in there, maybe. My dad's side, highly unlikely that happened with the black. They are from different areas. A little more racist in one area than the other one, probably. Maybe. Slavery might have lasted a little longer in one than the other, also. Still had servants when my dad was a kid, black servants. They weren't slaves, They didn't make much money. No. They didn't have that kind of thing the same where my mom grew up. My dad was telling me a story about old man John. He was their helper on the farm or whatever the heck they had help with. He would wear long johns during the summertime. You know, long johns are really hot, and it gets hot out there. It was the South. And it got it's super humid, and he would be soaking wet from head to toe, sweating with these long johns on. My dad asked him, like, why are you wearing them? Why do you wear those in the summertime? And he answered him, and he told him in his very thick accent. I'll just say that. You know, he sounded like people sounded a little different back then. Black people, they were servants. They had a certain way of talking. So he told him, what keeps the heat out keeps the heat in his way of saying it. Because he gets to sweating, gets all wet, and that water up against his skin helps to keep him cool. And he would do that every day in the summertime, man. I don't know how the fuck he didn't get like a heat stroke. Keeps the heat in, keeps the heat out is what he would say. I don't know. Is it smart? I don't know how the heck he was able to do, maybe because he kept doing it throughout his whole life or something. But dude, if you had never done that before and just like put on a thermals and worked outside like that, do you think that would work? I've never tried it. Whatever, Granny. You didn't like my slave story? True story. Actually a slave though. His ancestors probably were. Oh, I'll feel better. Alright then. Well, let's just start back up in 15 minutes. Hey Tony, welcome back. I lost. I lose. I didn't lose anything, man. Fuck no. I lost you when your service disconnected. Yeah, it was hard on me. Oh, minute. Hey, Unbreakable, thanks for the 5 hours, man. Mm. 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 Hey, Bill.
Please be seated.
As counsel may recall from during jury selection, juror 957 expressed a concern about being here if the trial goes too long, and he mentioned 3 weeks as his limit. So he's brought that to my attention, and he's 729? Juror 729. So he's brought that to my attention, and he's pondering the issue. So I'm just bringing you all up to date on that issue. You ready for the jury?
Your Honor, I just want to raise one issue.
All right.
It doesn't relate to this witness, but the next group of witnesses the state intends to call relate to this blue rain jacket, and that it was seized as a result of a search at Ms. Libby Murdaugh's house, and it was found in the closet. Based on what this witness had previously shared with law enforcement, there's no evidence that we've been provided in discovery that connects the defendant with this blue rain jacket. And so we'd move to exclude any evidence of the blue rain jacket unless they can represent to the court that they have any witness who connects the blue rain jacket with this defendant, Alex Murdaugh. Thank you.
All right. From the state?
I don't think we're through yet. Your Honor, she has identified a vinyl blue in that closet, which she says was consistent with what she saw Alex Murdaugh coming into her house with. She said, yeah, that looks like it. There's some questions that were asked by the defense, which I'm going to ask her about now, when she is asked about a shirt or something else, but she, I believe, has testified, yeah, that is consistent with the color and the vinyl that I saw that's in the closet.
All right. Well, let's bring the jury. All right, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Meadows.
Your Honor. Smith, do you remember being interviewed by Patrick McDavid and Robert Purcell that worked with Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin in on October 20th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe Mr. Griffin had asked you about some shoes in response to our questions. Do you remember telling them that he had, these investigators, he had on some cloth-like shoes?
Yes.
And I believe Mr. Griffin asked you about the length of time you were there. Do you remember these investigators asking you about the length of time that Mr. Murdaugh was at Alameda the night of June 7th?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. he's offering a prior consistent statement, and no one's I don't know why. Not impeaching her with it. You can't bolster her testimony with prior consistent statement.
Mr. Metters?
I believe he had questioned the 30 or 40 minutes and was questioning whether or not Alex asked her to say that. Through their investigators, it's clarified for me their conversations that directly contradict what she said early on direct that I have through their questioning and interviews, which I just got a little while ago.
All right, Mr. Griffin.
Again, he's offering a prior consistent statement, and it's not admissible unless it's being offered to rebut a claim of recent fabrication, and that's not the situation we have here.
We'll offer the entire statement right now.
In objection to the statement being entered into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor, it's not a statement. There's a whole 30-minute audio recording. Yes.
All right. Rule 613B addresses this issue, and you may proceed. The objection is overruled.
Mr. Griffin asked you the length of time that Mr. Murdaugh was there when these investigators questioned you in October of 2022. Do you remember them asking you about how long he was in the kitchen and in the room with Ms. Murdaugh?
Yes.
And do you remember them asking you about, and he asked you on cross, whether it was unusual, whether Mr. Murdaugh had visited that time of night? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling the investigators that he would not come on your shift after 8 o'clock? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was unusual?
Yes.
And do you remember one of them questioning you? You actually registered it in your mind that this is unusual for him to be here that time of night? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was your answer yeah? Because I was like, yeah, to be honest, I was like, oh, why are you here this time of night? Why are you here this time of night, you know? Because we all going to bed?
Mm-hmm. That's my mind. Yes.
And as far as the length of time, do you remember them asking you how long? And you said it was about 20 minutes?
Yes.
You know, I'm trying to speed this up. Maybe court's indulgence. Do you remember, when Mr. Griffin asked you about your recollection as to what Mr. Murdaugh said asked you about the 30 to 40 minute period? Do you remember that? Remember just a little while ago when he was asking you about that? I'm not trying to be, just a little while ago.
Yes.
Okay. About whether if anybody ever asked you if I was here or not?
Yes.
And do you remember that his investigators asked you if SLED had put that in your mind?
No.
Is that the recollection or something?
Yes, sir.
He's leading the witness. He's publishing a document that is not a certified transcript of anything. Object.
Mr.
It's their statement they took.
I sustain the objection.
Did Alex Murdaugh ask you to tell somebody how long he'd been there?
He said, if someone asks you, I've been 30 to 40 minutes. That's what he said.
He said, if somebody asks you.
Yes.
Just repeating her answer.
Mr. Meadows?
Is that the answer you gave his investigators?
Yes.
Back in October of 2022?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Griffin asked you about this blue tarp. Did his or Mr. Harpin's investigators ask you about that when they met with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did they bring something with them? Do you remember them showing you something?
No, a picture.
Okay. Did they also show you a tarp?
Yes.
Okay. Did they tell you they just got it from Kmart?
Yes.
Okay. Just bought it from Kmart. And I can't. So their investigators brought this with you to the interview.
Yes.
And showed you this, correct?
Yes.
And had you already described a well, who'd you first tell that there was something that the defendant may have been holding in his hand? Who'd you tell first? When he came in that morning after the funeral, who did you tell that first to in law enforcement? That the defendant may have been holding something or was holding something when he came in?
Dango, Officer Dango.
Dango. Okay. And as a result of that, Sled came and interviewed you?
Yes.
Okay. And then you told them what your testimony's been?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So in October of 22nd, when their investigators came, they were asking you about what you talked about to Dango, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they showed you this, right?
Yes.
And did they also ask you about if you'd seen a shirt? Do you remember when they asked you if you'd seen a blue shirt?
Yes.
What was a blue shirt?
It was a blue.
Well, I don't know. What was it? Just like a dress shirt or a shirt? What was it?
Like a rain jacket or something, like a pullover.
Okay.
Something.
But they described it as a shirt?
No. Not as I can recall.
Do you remember them asking you, you're positive it wasn't a shirt?
Yes.
They asked you that?
Yes.
And your answer was it's vinyl. It was a vinyl, right?
Yes. Yes.
Don't leave the witness.
And Mr. Griffin was asking you about the vinyl, whatever. Do you remember them asking you if there could have been a gun in it, his investigators?
I can't recall. I can't remember.
Last question, Judge. Can I have that picture? States 411, Ms. Shelley. You've identified this previously. Does that look like the blue vinyl garment he was carrying in?
Yes.
Say that again.
Yes.
Was it all crumbled up in his arms?
It was balled up, yes.
Was it folded out?
No, it wasn't.
Was he wearing it?
No, he wasn't.
That's all. Thank you.
By the defense.
Ms. Smith, it's clear when you left the next morning, you saw the blue tarp laid out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair, correct?
Yes.
And it was not a rain jacket, was it?
No, it wasn't.
It was a blue tarp like what's in here is in evidence 86, right?
Yes.
No doubt in your mind?
No doubt.
Now, our investigators, let me ask you, I'm marked for identification Exhibit 87. Did they show you a picture of this rain jacket?
Yes.
Had you ever, and you told them you never seen that rain jacket, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, we'd introduce Exhibit 87 into evidence.
Without objection.
Can I put it up here?
Yo, Matt Cat, how you been, dude? I'm down to see. Breakfast of Champions. Dude. Yeah.
Well, while they're working on that, Ms. Smith, did anyone speak to you over lunch about your testimony?
No.
Did you talk to any SLED agents or anybody at the AG's office?
No.
Okay. Trying to get that going.
Why y'all leaving? You don't want to see me eat? Fucking assholes. I'd watch you eat if I could. Sure, you pussy, turn your camera on.
Is that full size?
I'm sorry, might have overreacted.
Yeah, let's see if we get the whole
Matt
picture.
Cat,
Okay,
man.
thank you. Thank you, Doug.
Still going, yeah?
You ever seen this rain jacket before?
No.
Did Alex Murdaugh have that rain jacket
all I
with
got,
him when
dude.
he came in?
It's all I got
to
in the world.
Ms. Libby's home on the morning, I believe, a few days after the funeral?
No.
Okay.
Can't stop, won't stop.
And if this photo,
see, you're still alive, man.
41,
Begin to wonder.
States Exhibit 41. Can you see this blue thing wadded up?
Yes.
If that is, in fact, the photo of the rain jacket that we just looked at, would your testimony be you've never seen that garment folded up in that closet before?
No, only thing I seen was blue velvet. I never knew it was a raincoat or not. It was balled up.
So well, had you ever been in this closet before?
No, I haven't.
So you don't know what that is folded up there, do you?
Correct.
And so if it's this rain jacket, if that's what's in that closet, you've never seen Alex Murdaugh with this garment before, have you?
No, I haven't.
All right. Now, just very briefly, I know you've been really good here. I know it's been a hard day, and we appreciate you being here. That day when you came to work, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh had been put back in the hospital. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was unusual because he'd just gotten out of the hospital like a day before, right?
Yes.
And so it was, although it wasn't usual for Alex Murdaugh to come over that night, but this was an unusual day because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Karen.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
State calls Kristen Moore.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony about you with the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? I do. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Kristen Moore. M-O-O-R-E. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Could you tell the jurors where you work? I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Okay. And Agent Moore, you might need to pull that microphone a little, speak up so we can hear you, make sure to hear you out here. Thank you. And what do you do with SLED? I'm a special agent assigned to the crime scene unit. And did you have an occasion to become involved in the investigation of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh? Yes, ma'am, I did. Were you involved in the execution of a search warrant? Yes, ma'am. And where was that search warrant executed? At 2175 Yemassee Highway in Barnville, South Carolina. And do you know what that residence was or is? It was the residence of Alexander Murdaugh's mother. And who was there when you executed the search warrant? Several SLED agents were on scene, as well as family members. What were you looking for when you searched the residence? We were advised that we were looking for a blue and colored tarp-like material. And what areas of the residence did you search? We searched the entire interior of the residence. Let's talk about the north bedroom of that residence. Do you recall what you located in that bedroom? We located a blue tarp inside the closet in the north bedroom on the second floor.
What is the deal with this tarp? I'm good.
I'm going to show you Husband Martin State's Exhibit 224. Do you recognize what's in that picture? Yes, ma'am, I do. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you found in the north bedroom closet? Yes, it is. Your Honor, at this time the state would move States 224 into evidence. Permission to publish? Yes. Agent Moore, could you describe for the jurors what you found in that picture? That is the blue tarp that we located inside the bedroom in the inside the closet inside the bedroom. Okay. And what was that tarp located in? A storage container. Were there any items in the storage container? There were miscellaneous dishes underneath the tarp. After you found the tarp, did you continue searching the residence? Yes, ma'am, we did. Okay. And what else did you find? We located a blue raincoat in the coat closet on the second floor. Okay.
I'm going to show you what's previously been entered as State's Exhibit 223. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Let me put that on the screen so the jury can see. Could you point out that closet for us?
It is at the top of the photo on the right-hand side. So the door immediately above the stairs leads to an attic area, and the door to the right of it is the coat closet.
So not this door right here at the very top of the stairs. The next door is the closet we're talking about.
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you State's 414. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And what are we looking at there?
That is a picture of the interior of the coat closet.
Your Honor, at this time I move State's 414 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it.
Now, Agent Moore, if you could you point out the blue raincoat or tarp-like material that you found in this picture?
It's in the back of that photo behind the white box, towards the bottom.
And if you don't mind, would you mind stepping down and pointing that out to the jurors? Would you come down to the big TV? Thank you.
It's right here.
So, and that's how you found the raincoat?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Down in that closet?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you look at this picture, it appears there are other items of clothing that are hanging up?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
But the raincoat is balled up down there?
That is correct.
And what did you do when you located that raincoat?
We documented it with photographs, and then we collected it in a brown paper bag, which was dated, sealed, and initialed.
I'm going to show you State's 225, which I believe the defense has an objection to.
Your Honor, if it's the raincoat, it's already in evidence. And the photo of the raincoat is in evidence. I don't know why we need another photo, but we do object to any testimony about seizing the blue raincoat, anything beyond that, based upon my earlier statements to the court.
Response?
Your Honor, this agent's testifying to what she retrieved from the closet, and I believe this is a picture of her retrieving that item.
Objections overruled.
So, Agent Moore, do you recognize what's in this picture?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of what you recovered from that closet?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's 225 into evidence.
Objection.
Same objection.
Submitted over objection.
All right, Agent Moore, if you could tell us what is in this picture, State's Exhibit 225.
That is a photo of the blue raincoat that I collected.
And this will be State's Exhibit 226. Without opening this, can you tell us what is in this item, State's Exhibit 226?
Based off of the item number and lab number and my initials, this would be the blue raincoat.
Your Honor, the State would move State's 226 into evidence.
Objection, relevant.
Response.
Your Honor, this is the purported raincoat that was recovered from the closet.
Submitted.
All right. And when you recovered that raincoat, what did you do anything with it besides photograph and collect it?
Not on that day. We transported it back to the SLED Forensic Services Laboratory.
And now in the closet where you found that raincoat, were there any guns?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in any of the processing of the raincoat?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what part were you involved in?
On October 7th, 2021, at the SLED Forensic Services Laboratory, I met with SLED serology personnel to document and to do additional processing on the raincoat.
Okay. And what processing did you take part in?
It was documented with photographs. The stains on the raincoat were then documented with scale tape and labeled, photographed again. SLED serology department then tested the stains with phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for the presence of suspected blood. All testing with phenolphthalein was negative. We then used an alternate light source to look for any latent stains on the raincoat. We observed an additional stain and documented it with photographs as well as scaled it. Then it was tested with phenolphthalein as well, and it was negative. We then used leucocrystal violet, or LCV, which is also a presumptive test for the presence of suspected blood, and it was negative also.
All right, as far as your involvement in the raincoat, does that pretty much sum it up for us?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. All right, thank you, Agent Moore. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Good afternoon, Agent Moore.
Good afternoon.
So I understand you went to Alameda, Ms. Libby Murdaugh's home, to execute a search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what was the day? September
16th, 2021.
September 16th, 2021. And you were looking for a blue tarp.
We were advised that we were searching for a blue tarp-like material.
Okay. And you found a blue tarp, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And in that blue tarp, there were dishes wrapped up in that blue tarp, right?
No, sir. No dishes were wrapped in the blue tarp. It was folded on top of the dishes.
Okay. So you seized the blue tarp, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you do any testing of the blue tarp to see if there was blood?
No, sir. I did not do any testing on the blue tarp.
Do you know anyone who did any blue testing on the blue tarp?
I am unaware of any testing done on the blue tarp.
You seized this rain jacket in here, in this box. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And back in the lab, you did some presumptive testing. We sprayed it with phenol first?
Phenolphthalein was first utilized, yes, sir.
And phenolphthalein is a presumptive test for blood, meaning, you know, it could test positive, but it not necessarily means it's blood, right?
That is correct.
And in order to determine whether something that has tested positive with phenolphthalein, you do another type of test to confirm human blood, right?
That is correct.
But the blue rain jacket never tested positive for the presumptive test using phenolphthalein, right?
That is correct.
So it was negative.
Yes, sir.
So after getting negative with phenol, then you use another product called LCV. Is that right?
We did. We used an alternate light source first to make sure that we had all stains documented.
Now, an alternate light source is what?
It is a specific wavelength of a flashlight, and you used a colored filter, and then you can see any latent things that you wouldn't be able to see with your naked eye.
And the alternative light source doesn't tell you whether that's possibly blood or something else, does it?
No, sir, it does not.
So you use that alternative light source and you identified some area, and is that the area you tested with LCV?
We tested the entire raincoat with LCV.
The entire raincoat? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And again, that's a presumptive test like phenolphthalein,
Yes, sir.
and that tested negative.
That is correct.
Okay. And so there's no more blood testing done of the rain jacket, right?
I was not involved in any further processing of the raincoat.
Do you know if that LCV that you sprayed on the entire shirt has turned the rain jacket in that box completely violet?
I have not seen the raincoat since the processing was done on October 7th, 2021.
Okay. What size is this rain jacket?
I could not tell you the exact size of the raincoat.
Well, would you agree with me that the records indicate it's a large?
Yes, sir, it is a larger jacket.
Well, the size being large, do you know if it's large? If that's the size?
I do not recall the size.
Do you mind if she opens it up? Your Honor, do you mind if the witness opens the box up? Let's see what size the rain jacket is.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
I have scissors.
You have scissors?
No, I don't have scissors. I have gloves.
Yeah, you probably want gloves.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Could someone else have done this away from the microphone? No, it's worse than ASMR. Shit.
Yes, sir. I don't see a tag right here at the front. You may want to put gloves on. It has chemicals on it.
Ooh, I don't want to touch it then. Just did. Okay. Well, do you mind standing up in front of the jury and show them how large it is? Is it a poncho style rain jacket?
Yes, sir. It appears that way.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
It smells too good. Do you know if that rain jacket or photos of that rain jacket was shown to any members of the Murdaugh family to see if they recognized it?
I am unsure.
Okay. You did not then, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you show that photo or a picture, excuse me, the photograph, the rain jacket? Let me scratch that. Did you show to Shelley Smith the rain jacket or a photo of the rain jacket?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you know of any SLED agent who did?
I do not.
1 second, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Further questions?
Briefly, Your Honor. I only brought this up here.
All right, Agent Moore, what happened to that tarp or raincoat? Where is it?
It's in the
back in the box.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 226. This is the raincoat you collected from that closet at Alameda?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, when you collected it, did it have like this tape here on the raincoat? Where we can, the white tape with the letters on there?
No, ma'am, I placed that on that.
So that was done during processing?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And we've been talking about a raincoat, but is this what you would normally think a raincoat would look like?
No, ma'am.
This is rather large for a raincoat.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you found it, it was balled up like this?
That is correct.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
William McElveen.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give shall be the truth, so help you God. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again. Spell your last name.
My name is William McElveen, McElveen.
Mr. McElveen, how are you doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing well. If you would, tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up, and where'd you go to school?
I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina. Went to AC Fuller High School. Went to the Citadel after high school. Graduated there in 2017. Went to get my master's at Clemson. Graduated in 2018. Moved back to Charleston, worked for a CPA firm for a while. And now I'm in finance for a home builder.
For where, sorry?
For a home building company.
And what area generally do you currently live?
Live in Charleston now.
Mr. McElveen, were you friends with Paul Murdaugh?
I was. Good friends.
All right, well, tell us a little bit about when y'all first met.
So I lived in Edisto Beach every summer with my granddad, and when I was growing up. And he was in Edisto all the time, so we just became close. Edisto's a small town. Not many young people live there, so the young people kind of stick together. We both love fishing, hanging out, so we just became good friends through that.
So you would spend the summers in Edisto?
That's correct, yep.
And what kind of things would you do throughout those summers?
Just hang out, work, fish.
What kind of jobs did you get?
I worked multiple jobs there for 5-ish summers. Worked at the marina a good bit, a restaurant there called the Sea Cow. I worked at a realty company as an inspector and at the Bilo as well.
And I think you just said, but you met Paul about the high school years?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell us a little about your friendship. How did it start, and how did it kind of evolve?
It started just kind of common interest in fishing and hanging out, and then he was just a really fun guy, so we just hung out more and more. And I started going to Moselle, hanging out with his whole family. They kind of took me in and just evolved from there. Yeah.
So did you get to know him pretty well?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to know his family fairly well?
Yes, I did.
Tell us a little bit about Paul.
Paul was just a really fun guy, just like the life of the party kind of guy. Everybody that really knew him loved him. I don't know, just a great guy, very loyal friend. The kind of guy that's always there when you need him.
So he was. If you reached out and needed something, he. You might want to pull that mic a little closer to your mouth so it picks it up. Just try to speak into the microphone.
Okay.
So was he sort of a responsive friend? Meaning, if you reached out to him, would he respond back?
Yes, he was very responsive.
And how did you primarily communicate with him? What means?
Cell phone normally. Yeah.
Phone calls or texts?
A little bit of both, but mostly phone calls. He was a big phone caller. Yes.
Well, I guess tell us a little bit about Paul's cell phone use. Did he like to use his cell phone?
He did like to use his cell phone.
How would you describe it? His use of cell phone?
He used cell phone a lot. Like kind of every time he had a road trip or anything like that, he would use it to call all of his friends and just check in on everybody. I can speak for almost all his friends. We get a phone call from him almost every day. And then we use text a lot, Snapchat, that kind of stuff.
Was he on his phone quite a bit?
Yes.
To the point where was it very noticeable to his friends?
Yes.
Did you Ever have a chance, did you have an opportunity to get to know Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, I did.
All right, well, tell us about her. What was your observations about her, or your whatever friendship y'all had?
She was just a super sweet lady. She kind of always trusted Paul when he was with me, 'cause she would know he's staying out of trouble. She just treated all Paul's friends like they were her kids, and just a very nice lady.
And did she approve of you hanging out with Paul?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that.
About what? Sorry.
Well, did she ever comment to you about how she liked you hanging out with Paul?
Yeah, she did. Like to hang out with Paul.
And did you have an opportunity to get to know Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
All right. And what were your perceptions of him?
Kind of the same way the rest of the family, just took everybody in, all Paul's friends.
I'm a telltale.
The dad of all of our friend group. Just the same way the rest of the family, yeah.
And is he here today?
Yes.
Did you identify him?
Yes. It's in the brown jacket.
Thank you. Did you ever get to go out to the family property on Moselle?
Yes, I did.
How often would you have you been out there visiting?
Probably 30 or 40 times.
Okay. Did you spend the night when you went out there?
Yes, normally.
Tell us a little bit about the property. What kind of things would y'all do out there?
Did a lot of hunting. Also, probably more than hunting, just hanging out. Just enjoying each other's company, hanging out.
Okay. So you said about, what, 30 to 40? Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Okay. If you would, please speak up a little bit. It's okay. All right. Now at the property, was there a main house location?
There was, yes.
All right. And was there a secondary location for kennels in a shed?
Yes, there was.
All right. Did you spend much time out at that secondary location?
A good bit, yeah.
All right. Describe that area for us, if you would. What was out there, and what would you do out there?
So it's like a big shed hangar that side comes up. We'd all hang out over there. And there's the dog kennels, and then a few years back they built the shed across from the hangar, and it was just a good place to get away from the main house and just hang out and talk.
If you were visiting Moselle, would you spend most of your time hanging around at that shed, the hangar area?
Depends. For large groups, we would have people over there more often. If it was just me and Paul and the family, we just hang out at the house.
You mentioned kennels. Were there a number of dogs on the property?
There were, yes.
Okay. Do you remember them?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the dogs you remembered. And well, first of all, were there kind of two different kinds of dogs? Between family dogs or working dogs?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get to know any of the family dogs?
Yes.
Who were they? Tell us about those dogs.
Bubba is a yellow lab, and then Bourbon, brown lab, and Grady is a black lab. And they were all pretty relaxed, would hang out around the house mostly, but I don't know, they were just good dogs.
Did they? And when you slept over there, did the dogs sleep at the house location, the main house?
Yes, they did. The family dogs did.
The family dogs.
Yes.
And then there were some working dogs where would they stay? The working dogs.
They would stay in the kennels by the shed.
Yes, the location. So the Moselle location, when you started going there, did it have one or two entrances and exits?
Two entrances.
Okay.
And exits.
And describe the two entrances.
So one was the main entrance that was had like brick pillar outside, and that would just kind of go to the house and not really pass anything, go through some trees. The other entrance would be next to the cabin, right behind the shed. And that entrance can kind of go multiple ways when you go in there, but that passes by the cabin and the sheds and then goes to the house as well.
And with that entrance, is that where the mailbox was located?
I can't remember the mailbox is. I believe those are the pillars at the main entrance, maybe.
Is that the location near the dog kennels? That second exit?
Yes, yes.
Was there one exit that was used more often than the other?
We probably more often use the one by the sheds.
If there was ever a time where someone was leaving the house and you all were down at the kennels, what was the normal course of action for that person, whether it was Mr. or Mrs. Murdaugh?
Can you say that again?
If anyone was leaving the house or coming back and you all were down at the shed area, the kennel area, what was the normal course of action for Mr. or Mrs. Murdaugh if they were leaving the house and exiting and you were down there?
Typically, they would come check on us and drive by and just say hey. But
that was normal?
I would say it's normal, yes.
Did you, with Paul, were you guys close enough where you shared your location with each other?
We did.
Tell us what that means. Is this an iPhone?
Yeah, it's the app on Find My Friends on iPhone.
And what does it mean to actually share your location with someone?
Just means at any point in time you can open your phone and see where all your friends are and pinpoint their exact location.
Did you do that with many people?
Probably 5 or 10.
Do you know if Paul did that with many people?
Don't think Paul did with many people, no.
When you spent time down at the hangar and the kennels, was it common for firearms to be stored down there or left down there?
Not common, no.
In those times, you said you've been about there about 30 to 40 times. How would you explain common? Was it something that you frequently see or not frequently?
I can't remember a time I've seen firearms left at the sheds.
When's the last time you saw Paul Murdaugh?
June 5th, I think, 2 days before.
That weekend before
Yes.
Monday?
Yes.
June 7th? Tell us about that weekend.
I can't remember much. We were hanging out with my friends' houses. I think we went to a bar called the
Man,
Wind
y'all
Jam in
hate watching me
Charleston.
eat. Every time I lose viewers when I eat, people are so jealous that I can eat. It's the first fucking thing I've had all day. It's fucking grains with the mayonnaise on it. It's not like I'm having a buffet over here. Asshole.
I don't think so. My friends and I were talking about that. We can't remember if it was my house or one of my other friends' houses.
Would Paul commonly stay at, when he was visiting Charleston, would he crash at people's houses?
Yes, he normally stayed at our house.
But you don't remember if that particular time he did or not?
Don't remember.
How were you kind of told about the murders? How'd you find out?
So I had missed a few calls in the middle of the night that I didn't wake up to. The next morning, my roommate came in my room and told me.
Your roommate is who?
Scrawny as shit.
Frank Chapman.
And he told you what happened?
Yes.
Did you make it out to the property at all?
Yes, the next day I went out to the property.
So the 8th of June?
Yes.
And walk us through what happened out there when you made it to the property. Where did you go?
We just went to the main house and just went to see the family and be with everybody.
A lot of friends and family were there?
Good bit of friends and family, yes.
Did you attend the funeral as well?
I did, yes.
Thank the court's indulgence.
Right.
No further questions?
That's
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Mr. McElveen, where are you from?
From Columbia, South Carolina.
How you doing? Are you friends with Will Chapman and Frank Chapman and Will Loving? And
I am, yes.
That crowd? Okay. And so you met with Paul, I take it, down at Edisto with the Columbia group?
Yep.
And you became really good friends of Paul's, correct?
Correct.
And I think you described him as a loyal friend, did you not?
Correct.
And you became close not only to Paul, but to the entire Murdaugh family, right?
Correct.
You know, there are houses that kids, teenagers, young adults congregate at their parents' house. Was the Murdaugh house at Edisto one of those houses where people would congregate?
It was, yes.
And you spent a lot of time at Edisto there in the summers?
I did, yes.
And you spent time around Alec and Paul and Buster and Maggie, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how would you describe Alec's relationship with Paul?
They had a very good relationship. They were kind of best friends in a way.
They were close?
Very close.
And how, from your observation, how would you describe Alec's relationship with Maggie?
From everything I've seen, it was great too. I mean, nothing. I've never seen anything negative.
Right. And they like for Paul to hang around with you, and right?
That's correct.
I mean, I think you were asked about that. You strike me as someone who's very responsible. Did they like that about you, do you think?
They did, I think so.
And you strike me as someone who if you're down at Moselle, would not leave guns laying around. You wouldn't do that, would you?
Probably not, no, sir.
Okay, so when you were with Paul, hunting, you were responsible enough to be sure that guns got put away properly, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about some of their dogs. Actually, Paul had a puppy, did he not?
He did.
You have that puppy now?
I do.
What's his name?
His name's Goose.
How's he doing?
He's doing great.
Glad to hear that. And you describe 3 labs: Bubba, the yellow lab, Verdon, the brown lab, and Grady, the black lab.
That's correct.
And when you were at Moselle, these were family dogs, and they stayed up at the residence.
That's right.
Now, up at the residence, they had an invisible electric fence around the house, correct?
I didn't know about it, but possibly so.
Okay. Well, was Bubba a handful that just take off sometimes?
Sometimes.
Right. And you don't know, when was the last time you were at Moselle?
I can't remember.
Was it in 2021?
Most likely.
Okay. Were the dogs there?
Can't remember.
When you heard that Paul had been murdered, did Will Loving come down to your house in Charleston, or was it another friend's house?
Will went to another friend's, but I think he came to our house later in the day. But we had a group at our house as well.
And then you went to Moselle?
The next day we went to Moselle.
Would that have been on that Wednesday? Murders were Monday night, late.
So yes, I guess that Wednesday went to Moselle.
So not the Tuesday, but the Wednesday.
I believe that's correct.
And who all went with you?
I think Frank Chapman went with me. And that might be it.
Okay. And who was there when you got there? Were any other any other friends of Paul there when you got there?
Rogan was there, and Nolan was there,
And what was...
There might have been a couple more, but I'm not sure.
Okay. What was Alex Murdaugh's demeanor when you saw him?
Just sad, crying.
Did y'all hug?
We did hug, yeah.
And did he... He was crying?
Yes.
And did you go back over to Moselle after the funeral?
Yes, I did.
And were there a bunch of Paul's friends there?
There were, yes.
And can you tell me, was Alex, is he still crying, hugging all the Paul's friends?
He was still crying. I mean, there were so many people there that it was kind of a line to see him, but from the little bit I saw him, yes.
One second, Your Honor. I don't have anything further.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. We'll take a 15-minute break. Addressing the jury, 15 minutes break.
Otherwise be associated with the defendant in order just to put them on.
Sorry guys, I'll be right back. I gotta take care of something. Dude. Hey yo. So this isn't in regard to my phone call right now, but I just noticed earlier that the dude, the house people had tried to give me a gift actually the other day when they let that note on the door. Apparently they also, if I would have answered the door, I would have gotten chocolate and a $50 Bevmo card. I was in the middle of cooking though, man. I was really at a hectic moment when he knocked, so I was really, like, I was literally in the middle of cooking and feeding Simon, and then I burned myself, so I wasn't really feeling it. Still, that's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of cool of them that they're at least trying to like sweeten it a little bit, and you know, you come a little bit more correct than not doing anything. I didn't know that, so I got to send them an email. I'm going to answer it as well. I mean, now I'm kind of like, I mean, at least they weren't coming empty-handed, you know? But, yeah, right? At least, like, I feel kind of bad about being a dick the next day, because the next day is when I saw the note on the door, and I didn't know that voicemail was there, and he was, like, trying to, and I also didn't notice a different voicemail, like, a week prior, where they were trying to get me in contact with the buyer so that he could smooth over things and let me know that, I guess, that he wasn't going to boot me. I didn't know that was there either, man. So I fucking, dude, I haven't been getting notified of my voicemails. That's the problem. Hadn't been working right. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna let it look. My voicemail's been fucking acting up, dude. My bad. I didn't know y'all were like letting me. I didn't know that. I wasn't meant to be as much in the dark as I was, because he was trying to, like, you know what I mean? They were trying to keep me out of the dark, and I just wasn't. It's not that I was ignoring them. I just didn't know that those messages were there. Or the original one where he was trying to, they were actually trying to get me to call up the owner and be like, hey man, how's it going? Which I have his number now. He gave it to me. But man, I could have got a $50 Venmo card, bro. And some chocolate. Yeah, I'm writing one out right now. I'm like, hey, I would like to apologize for getting upset the other day. You guys are just doing your job. I get that. I would also like to thank you for your generous gifts you brought. I just heard your voicemail today. I appreciate the thought. And like, I'm also explaining to him that I hadn't received the other way. I'm just trying to think it all out. Maybe we'll bring it back whenever it's all finalized. Oh, maybe. Hey man, $50 is better than nothing, right? No, but seriously, it's more than just that, though. It's more than just the fact that they had something that, like, yeah, I didn't know either one of those voicemails. So I thought they were just being assholes the whole time. It's like, once I didn't accept the money, I thought that they weren't giving me any information anymore, but they actually had. I just wish it would have been via email, really. I was like, because they could clearly see that that's how I wanted to communicate. But Bass was here a minute ago, but now Tony G's holding it down. I just applied for another credit card, by the way. Also, that's what I was on the phone for there. They had to verify my identity. I'm just seeing what they're offering me. If I don't want it, I don't get a hard pull. I'm just trying to see. Oh, here we go. Oh, it says I've been approved. Okay, let's see what the terms are. Let's see what they're talking about. It's always kind of exciting to see what, you know what I mean, what they throw at. What are they gonna throw at me? Credit limit 10K, 15.24% APR. That's actually not bad. That's actually not bad at all, dude. Because that's like the lowest they could have given me APR, actually. That's the lowest APR they have. The highest was like 24. And 10K for off the rip? Oh. It's for the Apple card. I'm just checking it out just to see what, like... Annual fee, no foreign transaction fee, no late fee. What's that? No fees, period. They never sell your data. And you get a free titanium card. That's pretty dope. I don't get a hard pull though unless I click get Apple card. Wonder how long the offer lasts. Offers terms and conditions. Let's see. Hey, glad to see you feeling better, cat lady. Awesome. We're starting back.
Please be seated.
I might accept it, dude, just so I can
Is
have
there anything before the jury comes?
less utilization of my credit, a lower percentage utilization on it. It would increase my credit score automatically. The hard pull would decrease it less than that 10K increase would. I think it would give me points, actually.
It shouldn't be a complicated issue, but Mr. Waters and I are complicated people.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, my margin rate is only 7.74% on top of prime. That's pretty good. That means if prime drops, then so will my percentage, right?
Yes, sir.
Which is suggesting you obviously have the authority.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Certainly, Your Honor, and I don't know if Your Honor has another instruction that you prefer. I probably would do the language just a little different in that particular one, but I think fundamentally the principles are accurate. I do think that the next to last sentence is superfluous because that's already said, but I think that's fine. And in the end, I don't think that there's too much that we have an issue with that particular charge.
And Your Honor, other matter before we bring the jury in. Would you want to hear from me now? The state intends on introducing through, not this witness, if this witness is another witness, there's a GSR person, specific GSR person.
That's correct. It'll be the witness after this one.
Okay. Evidence of GSR gunshot residue on that blue jacket. We would object to any such testimony under a 403 analysis. Prejudice outweighs the probative, and I'm struggling to figure out what the probative is. So I'm in this. I think it's factually driven. I think the state needs to give you some sense of what it proves. A jacket, I might point out, no one has put in the hands of the defendant, and the tarp that they found, they never tested for GSR, blood, DNA. And everyone says tarp. That's a jacket. And I don't know how you connect it to the defendant. If the prejudice far outweighs any probative value in that it's not been connected to him, even circumstantially not connected to him, the only witness to it, Shelley, who I've talked to a couple times, indicated that was not what he had in his hands. And she'd never seen it before, never seen it with him. So, Your Honor, we'd oppose it under a 403 analysis.
Yes, Your Honor. I think if you listen to the testimony of Ms. Smith in totality, first of all, she identified a picture where she said, yeah, that looks like what it was. It was balled up, and that picture, of course, was then identified by Ms. Moore as where they recovered the actual raincoat, which, of course, is a very, very large raincoat and very easily could be identified as a tarp. I think any issues that Mr. Harpootlian wants to make, he can certainly argue those to the jury, but the connection has been established between Ms. Smith and that particular raincoat, and looking at the picture and saying that looks like what I saw. Additionally, with that other tarp, she also testified that there was no silver on that tarp, and if you look at the picture of that other tarp, it is half blue and half silver, so it's a very... Which other tarp? There was, I think, Ms. and I'll have to find the exhibits for me real quick, Your Honor. Today, yes, please. So, Your Honor, and I can put them up with the elbow or hand them up, whichever you prefer, but we have State's Exhibit 224, and this was a tarp you can see with a lot of silver on it. But State's Exhibit 411 Ms. Smith identified as that's what it looked like. You can see that balled up thing right there, and that is ultimately the rain jacket, which, as you saw, particularly on redirect with Ms. Gowd, this is extremely large, very easily could look like a tarp. And when she balled it up, Ms. Smith said, yeah, that's what it looked like. So I think there's been enough of a nexus established as to the probative value. And what you'll, of course, hear is that from the GSR experts is that very high levels of GSR were found within the inside of that blue rain jacket, which again is this big and very, very long. Again, Mr. Harpootlian can argue to the jury whatever inferences he wants to, but I think the state has established enough of a nexus to not only make it relevant, but to make its probative value not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
Yes, sir.
No, I think he either misunderstood or is misquoting what Ms. Smith said. She said, when she was shown that photo, she said, it's the same color or like the same color. She never, ever, ever said, that's what I saw him with as he came through the door. And by the way, she found the tarp. That couldn't be the tarp because the tarp was found downstairs across a chair, which is what she said he walked in with. So the tarp in the box obviously isn't it. And, she said the tarp that he came in with was the one that was on the chair when he came down, not the coat. All she ever said was that blue coat, balled up, appears to be the same color. No one has ever said that she saw him or anybody saw him with that jacket. And I would also point out that I hate to say this, but I would suspect there are a number of rain jackets in this area of the state that have GSR on them, in them, around them. So there's no one that says he had possession. All she ever said was, and by the way, it was all balled up. All she said was, it looks like the same color. She saw a picture of the rain jacket and said, that is not what he was carrying when he came in.
All right. The item is in evidence. The witness testified as to the location of the item of evidence and where she believed that it was placed by the defendant. It's in evidence. Obviously, the state contends that it has some inculpatory evidence on it. This is a circumstantial case, and circumstantially, proof may be offered on the issue of whether or not this gunshot residue or whatever it might be can be traced to the defendant. And I overrule the objection, and I find the evidence offered is more probative than prejudicial, though I do not believe a probative versus prejudicial analysis is required on this issue. But to the extent that it is, I find that it's more probative than prejudicial, and I deny the motion to prevent the state from offering testimony.
Accept your ruling.
Yes, sir. If you bring the jury.
Let's dab and think about it. I'm contemplating accepting this card. Just to give me some. I think it would increase my score. I don't want to use it. I just want to increase my score. Get higher overall credit limit.
Thank you. Your next witness.
It will increase my not used credit.
State's
my
next
unused
witness.
Credit, which is good for your credit.
Johnny James for the state calls Natasha Moody.
Well, it's good for my credit, maybe not yours. Yeah, that's first thing.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you
Goldman
affirm the testimony
Sachs, I don't have one of
in
those.
this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
Two Apple users.
After receiving the witness stand, state your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Sounds fancy.
My name is Natasha Moody, last name Moodie.
I wasn't expecting to get that low of an interest rate on it, honestly. I think that's the lowest they could have given me.
I spelled it with a Y on my paper. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Miss Moody, where are you from?
That feels good, man.
Jacksonville, Florida.
And for whom do you work?
Bank of America, NA.
What do you do for Bank of America,
Speaking
NA?
of banks.
I am a Consumer Resolution Associate.
Consumer Resolution Associate. What does a Consumer Resolution Associate do?
I manage a portfolio of litigated matters. I appear on behalf of the bank for trials, depositions, mediations, and I also review our business records on a daily basis.
Your business records. Were you asked to review business records for Bank of America, NA in relation to this case?
I was. I did.
I am showing you 3 items labeled for identification as State's Exhibit 415, 416,
The lowest I've ever
and
gotten was
417. Do you
9
recognize
something.
these items?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
I reviewed them and I also initialed them.
And generally speaking, what are these items?
These are documents for this case, opening account documents, monthly statements for various accounts, and copies of checks for this account.
Discover It. Discover It Hotel.
Bank records?
The
Yes.
best one. When it first came out, it's still my lowest interest rate card. The Feds fucked it up a little bit, though, with their increases to prime. No longer 9 something.
I have some. Thank you.
Your rates are closer to 30? What? Who? Not credit cards? Whoa, what? No way. None of y'all got no rates at near 30. They're, like, you gotta have... Bro, your credit would have to be so bad. Like, in the 600s probably. Like 650 or something. Probably. You get the 500s, you're hard pressed to
Your
get
state
a card.
moves to introduce exhibits 415, 416, and 417 into evidence at this time. My understanding with subject to any objections from Your Honor's previous ruling off today.
Yes, sir. Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, may I confer with Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I got some that are high, but I don't ever use those cards.
Prior to the admission of these records, I would
Pay them off
ask you to give whatever cautionary charge you're going to do.
Right here.
All right. Be happy to.
Let's see what all my percentages are now.
Ladies and gentlemen, evidence or testimony is about to be offered that the defendant may have been involved in other criminal activity. And that evidence is not evidence or proof that he committed the offenses charged in the indictments. This testimony has been allowed and is being allowed for the limited purpose of assisting the state in proving motive. You may not consider this evidence for purposes of character of Mr. Murdaugh, nor may you consider this evidence as evidence of his propensity to commit other crimes, or that it is more likely that he committed the crimes with which he is currently on trial. It is being allowed based on the state's representation that it helps explain the defendant's motive to commit the crimes for which he is accused. And you may proceed.
Very briefly, Ms. Moody, we had 3 discs that are now in evidence. What information is on that first disc? You indicated that it was bank records. Do you have any additional information to describe those bank records?
1424 now.
I do, but I don't have the disc in front of me.
Yeah, I know that. All of them are higher by a lot.
Showing you State's Exhibit labeled 415. What records are on that disc?
They're all higher by 5. Yeah.
Checking account ending, it involves checking accounts, and I can give you the last 4 digits of those.
If you would, please.
Checking account ending in the last 4 digits is 6779. It has account opening documents for that one. The next one is account ending in 7991, and those are account opening documents for that.
I shouldn't feel bad, I guess.
Account. And then checking account ending in 7625, and that's account opening documents for that account, and then also monthly statements and supporting documents for all 3 accounts.
Thank you. Now showing you State's Exhibit 416. What's on this disc?
These are credit card ending in...
Was that Discover It? That's what I got.
9559. And those are monthly statements in that, and account opening application documents.
And State's Exhibit 417, what's on that disc?
Also another credit card ending in
Maybe try applying for
8591.
Discover It
These
or
are
something.
application accompanying
better.
documents and monthly statements for this account.
Do you ever try calling and asking for a reduction because of your on-time payments? I've heard people do that.
These are in evidence, but we would not have any objection to them except as to our previously made objections.
Yes, sir.
State moves to admit these 3 exhibits.
My credit score is
No
like
further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
750 to 790, depending on which one I look at.
Moody?
Moody.
Moody.
I usually get the
Step down
best
and you're
rate.
excused.
Once you're over 750, you get the best rates. That's what they say.
Let me call your next witness.
Now called Jamie Hall.
Highest I've had was 808. That was, dude, I took a picture of it. I'm a true bass head, and I've lived in Hawaii. Those are 808. Then I lost everything in crypto, and it's been downhill since then. Well, downhill then back up. We've actually been
I do. State your name again for the record.
making my way back
Spell your
up
last name, please.
a little bit. I'm paying the installment loan off. And if you don't have good credit,
My name is Jamie Hall,
get a secured
H-A-L-L.
credit card with your bank.
Good afternoon.
And use it like a debit card. Eventually you'll have enough credit to have a credit card.
I'm currently employed at the West Columbia Police Department as an evidence custodian
How long have you been there?
since April of 2022.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Jamie Hall as much of your background, as personal background as you want to. I'll leave that to you, but specifically your education and background that led you to law enforcement, please.
Yes, sir. I grew up in the Midlands area of South Carolina.
Should I call too?
Upon graduating high school, I attended Clemson University and obtained my Bachelor's of Science degree in Wildlife and Fisheries Biology. After that, I spent a couple years traveling and working some various jobs. I moved back to the area in 2013 and began looking to start a career, and ended up at SLED in 2015 as an administrative assistant in the Trace Evidence Department in the Forensic Services Laboratory. I was an administrative assistant until 2017 when I became an evidence technician, a forensic technician too, in the Trace Evidence Lab.
When did you graduate Clemson?
In 2010.
Okay. So after you traveled some, you started working in SLED in what year?
In 2015.
Okay. What was your job then?
I was an administrative assistant.
And what does that mean?
For the Trace Evidence Department, that involved answering phone calls, filing documents, pretty much normal administrative duties. Did you further your education or your experiences while you were at SLED in that field? No, sir. When I became the technician in 2017, that's when I began the in-house training for that career.
Okay. Tell us about the in-house training when you became the forensic technician.
Yeah, so that training involved oral and practical examinations in-house under the supervision of an analyst, in which I learned how to properly handle the evidence and process the evidence for potential GSR. I also oversaw some testimonies of some analysts to be familiar with courtroom policies as well, and I took some outside training from Hook College in Chicago as well.
Hook College in Chicago?
Hook, yes, sir.
And what was that training?
It was training regarding the scanning electron microscope, which is used for GSR analysis.
That's the acronym is SEM for that?
The SEM, yes, sir.
And when did you leave SLED?
In March of 2022.
American Express is trying to give me a loan now too.
At the West Columbia Police Department.
West Columbia Police Department, and you are there what?
Evidence custodian.
Up to almost 11 K they wanted to give me. It's 7.98. Max APR 798.
2021, you were a forensic technician for SLED.
I could take that, pay the credit cards off or something.
Special agent, forensic technician?
No, sir. I was not considered an agent or considered law enforcement. I was just the forensic technician too.
Okay. So then, in June of 2021, what was your job on a day-to-day basis?
My primary role in the Trace Evidence Department as a forensic technician was to prepare evidence for GSR analysis. That includes GSR kits as well as inanimate objects that came in for potential GSR testing.
And we're going to have Ms. Fletcher testify right after you. But what is a GSR kit?
A GSR kit is an envelope that goes out to officers or investigators so that they can collect on scene from a potential suspect's hands. And it involves, it has all the items they need: gloves so that they can make sure they're not contaminating the subject's hand. And then the little vials that contain the GSR particle lifts with a double-sided adhesive that's used to dab across their hands to pick up any potential GSR.
So those are kind of done in the field, if you will?
Yes, sir.
After a local law enforcement agency uses one of these kits, what happens to it?
When they decide that they need it analyzed, they submit it to the laboratory, and then when it comes into the laboratory, I prepare it for analysis. So that involves me making sure it's been properly sealed and initialed, handled properly, the correct kit. There are a variety of kits out there. Our lab has particular kits that we accept, so I confirm that it is an acceptable kit, and I also confirm that it was collected within the allowed time frame. On a living person, we're touching things all the time and possibly contaminating or removing the GSR. So we do have a 6-hour time limit on kits collected from individuals.
So if a kit comes into SLED or your possession, do you check to see if it was collected during that 6-hour time period?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you do that?
We have what we call an information worksheet included in each GSR kit that the officer fills out that includes the time or the estimated time that the shooting occurred, as well as the time that the kit was collected.
So let me do 12, 24, and 36 at the same APR, 798. 10.7K.
I'm going to show you what is marked States 13. Can you tell if you were involved with States 13? And if you can, how? Can you tell?
Yes, sir. This has the unique SLED lab number and item number, and it also has my initials on the day that I processed it.
Maybe even
6821 JEH.
Yes, sir.
What's the E stand for?
Elizabeth.
Now, court, would you open this, please?
Something to think about.
Thank you.
It's a consolidation loan, but I'm not getting it off the pretense that I'm spending it. Would I be better off actually getting a consolidation loan? Are those much lower APR?
Did you examine States 13?
Yes, sir. Again, it also has my date and initials from the day that I processed it.
Your initials again, JEH?
Yes, sir.
6821?
Yes, sir.
And when you're processing this, tell us again, what are you looking to see, whether it's what's done or not, or just tell us what you
Okay. So for a GSR kit, I start by using what we call an inventory worksheet. And on that worksheet, what I'm doing is confirming the manufacturer of the kit as well as the lot number for the kit. They have lot numbers for quality control purposes to make sure they're not contaminated before they're used for collection. I'm confirming who the kit was collected from, that 6-hour time frame. And during that time, I also label the individual particle lifts inside with the unique lab number, item number, date and initials for control purposes.
And I believe a sheet has been entered where Murdaugh collected this GSR kit from the defendant. Are you aware of that?
Are you referring to the gunshot residue analysis information sheet?
That's exactly what I'm referring to.
Yes, sir. That's what I would have used to confirm the 6-hour time frame.
Okay. And it's in evidence already. I'm not sure exactly what number, but do you have that copy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Right.
And this has already, if you'll trust me, this has already been entered into evidence. Did you use this in examining, determining whether this was collected properly?
Yes, sir, I did. It also has my date and initials on it.
So using the form, show these ladies and gentlemen what you did. How you came up and...
there's a section here at the bottom. So we have the subject's name from whom it was collected.
And who is that?
This one says Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Okay.
As well as the time and date the shooting occurred, 6/7/21, 10 p.m.
And that's information that's gathered at the scene from somebody, right?
Yes, sir. This particular kit says that it was filled out by collecting officer Brian Vandor. Sorry,
11K sent to my bank account right now,
and then
instantly.
At the bottom, the collecting officer has also
right
signed and dated that it was collected at 6/7/21 at 11:15 p.m.
With no hard pull.
And would that 11:15 fit in the time period where you said, okay, I can pass this on to be analyzed?
Yes, sir.
A good
it's
American
an hour and 15
Express
minutes.
customer. That's all I can say about that. That's all I know.
And so, not taking away from what your job at all, but one of your jobs is to make sure that's done correctly?
And I already have a $25,000 loan with them.
You inspect the vials, if you will, to make
Yes, sir. I make sure that there's nothing out of the ordinary with them. Occasionally, you would have a little crack in the vial, but I've never had anything damaged.
So in your opinion, these were collected properly and you passed them on for analysis?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
And Discover Card's also trying to get me to sign loans with them.
Let me ask you this much. Local agencies that you examine items for potential evidence, in this case gunshot residue, how do they get to the lab?
Typically, the officers from the local agency submit them through our evidence control department, and once they're submitted that way, that's when they're assigned their unique lab number and item numbers for each piece of evidence, and then based on the type of analysis that that agency requested, we would get notice that it needs to be processed, and so I would pick it up from evidence control and bring it upstairs to the trace lab to begin the processing.
And is all that documented from local agency to y'all and where it goes from there?
I can't attest to what the outside agencies do. I believe it probably varies agency to agency, but once it's been logged into our system downstairs, it is tracked throughout the laboratory for every hand that touches it.
That's kind of what we refer to as a chain, correct?
Yes, sir. It's referred to as the chain of custody.
Chain of custody. Now, did you have some other items of potential evidence in this case that you examined?
Yes, sir. I had several other items.
Okay.
Oh, really? They make you close the cards. That? Hell no. I gotta do this the business way then. So, I guess the best way is for me to take out a loan like this. Take out a 10K loan, put that entire, well, man, is Bitcoin about the pump? Don't think like that, right? I don't know.
Mark, state 418. Ask me if you can just identify this.
I can think about it.
That's all, and does it relate to your testimony?
Well, I can no longer see my initials, but I did process items that were in container D, and this is marked with container D for this case number. Yes, sir.
And would you open it up then to see if we can further find your mark with the court's permission?
For anybody that's lost a lot of money in crypto, thinking about that next pump and not having collateral for it is scary. It's like, god dang, I knew better and I still missed it. No, I can't let that happen. So, I might just, this is a tough one, dude. Maybe pay half of it towards credit and put the other half in savings and just hold. Then, dude, the dollar is losing value though at the same time, so it's like, this is much easier for rich people. Like this guy. He's like, yeah, buy a couple Bitcoins, I'll put those down in seconds. And they don't give a shit, they just hold on to it. They know it's going to work out. Rich people get richer because they have the collateral to spend on investing. It's easier for them to invest. It doesn't hurt. It's not their rent money. Fucking man. It's so hard to get out of.
Show you what's marked 21, excuse me, it's your lab number 21 contained in stage 418 at this point for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I recognize it as the lab item number 20.
And what is lab item number 20?
It was a brown paper bag containing one pair of green cargo shorts.
And also contained in 418, lab number 21. Can you tell me if you recognize that?
Oh my god, the
Yes,
fish's
sir. It's
face
lab
is getting
number,
devoured.
or item number for this case, 19, which was a brown paper bag containing one white t-shirt.
I rarely see that. I don't think we have ever seen that. I haven't.
Okay.
Mama's eating, baby. Whoa! Oh, Mama's hungry. Yeah.
She was all 418 without objection.
Devoured the face of something.
Admit it.
I'm going to show you what time purpose.
It's amazing how sharp the beaks are, ain't it? I saw a video of one of their claws, and this guy who's an expert on eagles, the claw was like this, and it was alive. And he takes it, and he goes, and he's like, don't worry, it doesn't hurt them. That's the ratcheting mechanism. It was so, it sounded like he was breaking the fucking thing.
I'm going to ask you, please, man, ask this question.
It's insane
Look
how
at
tight. He had to have a
423,
glove
424,
on.
and 425.
He was using
Do you
all his
recognize
strength to
these, and
open
do
it.
they relate to what you're talking about right now?
Find that video, dude.
Yes, sir. These are PGSR collection worksheets from clothing that I generate during my process of collecting from inanimate objects.
Okay. Inanimate objects.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's start with the shirt, 423.
Yes, sir.
In evidence. Tell these folks what you did with the shirt.
So anytime we're processing clothing or an inanimate object in the lab, we start by making sure everything's been thoroughly cleaned, and we also place down parchment paper to just as an extra check and balance to make sure there's nothing contaminating the evidence. We also place what we call a clothing blank out onto the table where we are processing. That's just another one of those double-sided adhesive stubs, and it's left open and exposed to the environment to make sure there's no contamination in the environment. That's how I start all of my clothing. Then I confirm that everything is adequately sealed and documented, and I open my items and lay them out on the parchment paper. I photograph items, and then I do label those items for identification later if needed. And then I will sample the clothing item closest in the areas that would be closest to the discharge of the firearm. So in this case, we're talking about a t-shirt. So I will sample the right chest and sleeve area together and the left chest and left sleeve together. So if you want to draw a line down your midline for right and left, and then we typically go down to just below the chest area.
And is that what you do with every shirt?
Yes, sir. If it's a long sleeve garment, I would typically use a separate particle lift for the chest area and the arms, just because the adhesive doesn't last quite as long.
And if you said this, I apologize, I'm tired. Why are you doing those areas?
It's closest to the discharge of a firearm.
Potential discharge, so that's where you test it.
Yes, sir.
Well, looking at the shirt, look 418, the shirt that's contained in here. Which one's the shirt?
19.
19?
Yes, sir.
Before you get to doing the particle list, what's the first thing you do?
I confirm what the item is and that it's properly sealed and initialed.
Do you open it?
After I clean, I open it. Yes, sir.
And do you make observations of items when you first open it?
Yes, sir. Anything that seems out of the ordinary for any item is documented on the worksheet in the comments section.
And you have a comment section. That's where you put your thoughts, right?
Yes, sir. Anything that may, again, be out of the ordinary or affect the analysis later.
And just to go back, you go down a bit. Yeah, so this is right sleeve, right chest, left sleeve, left chest. Hanes beefy shirt, right?
I don't have any objections to introducing 423 into evidence. I don't think it's in evidence yet, but no objection.
We offered it a little while ago without objection. 423, 24, 25.
I have no objection to those three exhibits going in.
I thought I'd said that. If I didn't, I apologize. Is this a Hanes beefy t-shirt?
Yes, sir, it was.
And item 19.1, what are your comments underneath there?
Small reddish-brown stains observed. Shirt had an odor of laundry detergent.
What do you mean by that, an odor of laundry detergent?
It just smelled freshly laundered, which is not typical of the lab. Typically, clothing smells slightly musky when we get it.
And you examined this shirt when?
On June 8th of 2021.
Now, you didn't know, did you have any knowledge about this case whatsoever?
I just knew that we had asked to make it a priority in the lab.
And you attempted to collect particle lists from that shirt?
I did collect particle lists from the shirt, yes, sir.
Next, states 425. Sorry, we're out of order here. This is also your clothing worksheet?
Can I see the top of that sheet? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, sir.
And what was this that you examined?
This was the worksheet we generated when we collected from a seatbelt that was collected from a 2021 Chevy Suburban, South Carolina, tag CZL420.
I think we have it marked for ID only. Do you recognize this? Strike that, I'm sorry. The seatbelt states 100. Thank you to everybody. States 100. Can you look at this and see if you haven't examined that before? Does it relate to your testimony?
Yes, sir. This was sled item number 142, and it also has my date and initials on it as well.
All right. What did you do with states 100?
At the direction of the analyst, Megan Fletcher, I collected samples from various areas on the seatbelt.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how did you determine where you were going to collect samples?
Since this was not our typical item, I collected from areas in which Megan instructed me to collect.
Which was where?
We collected from the buckle, 3 different areas of the belt, and the latch plate.
Can you show the jury where you collected?
Yeah. So this, I believe, was what we called the latch plate.
Okay.
Sorry if I'm misspeaking on that, but and then the buckle was. Oh gosh. This area here, and we did the top and bottom of it. And the 3 sections were just, we measured the length for each section, did a section, rolled more out, and did the next section.
And how are you actually doing it with the particle lifts? How are you collecting that?
So, as stated before, the particle lifts have a double-sided adhesive on it, and you just repeatedly dab that across the garment or the item that you're collecting until it loses its adhesive abilities.
100, we'd offer, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. And looking back on the sheet that's noted here, that's where you went through and did your inventory sheet, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is to document you did what you did, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you also have the occasion to examine the pants in this case? It's already, I believe, in evidence.
I did collect from some cargo shorts.
And those were also included on what I just took down off the MO, but can you tell the folks where you collected or tried to collect lifts off the cargo shorts and why you collected in those areas?
Yes, sir. For any type of pants or shorts, we always collect from the right groin and the left groin area. Again, that's the area that's closest to the discharge of a firearm.
And that's standard. That's what you do.
That is standard practice.
Now, did you...
Is that correct, Mr. Griffin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that admitted?
Would you mind opening up for it? First of all, do you know whether or not you examined a pair of shoes in this case?
I did, and these are the shoes, sled item number 21.
Okay. Would you please open that for the ladies and gentlemen?
use gloves?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
I can't find that video.
Before you cut in that, do you see JEH on here?
Yes, sir, I do. On 6/8/21, I signed my initials.
So what is all that right there?
I believe it's yard debris.
Court permissions to dump this right here, or can I get a trash can? These are states 419 in without objection. Can you show these to the jury?
Sir.
Show the jury what you, I'll hold them, show the jury what you,
So with shoes, when we collect from them, we're going to collect again to the area that would be closest to the discharge of the firearm, so the front of the shoe. So in this case, I would do the area where the laces would typically be and the front toe. Depending on how well the adhesive continues, it will depend on how far back I go, but I start with the toe and then work my area down the sides.
is this the condition they were when you saw them on June 8th, 2021?
There was more grassy type material on them when I had them.
Okay. And what I just dumped in the trash can with the court's permission and in here, did you indicate on your comment section
Yes.
whether or not yard debris was present?
Yes, sir. I commented that shoes were wet with yard debris present.
Wet with yard debris?
Yes, sir.
Did you, on June 8th now, go back in your mind, when you saw these, in addition to wet and yard debris, did you make any other notes in the comment section about those shoes?
I did not.
Do you remember, did you see anything that looked like blood?
I did not make any note of that. No, sir.
With your naked eye?
No, sir.
Top or bottom?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you have any other items that you examined that were presented to you for examination either by yourself or with Megan Fletcher?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
It was sled item number 173, and it was, we described it as one blue rain jacket / poncho.
Okay. And was this the same, when did you examine the poncho?
I believe we began on October 5th, 2021.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the clothes, the shirt, the pants, and the shoes were on June 8th of 2021?
Let me check my notes. Yes, sir, that's correct. June 8th of 2021.
And I didn't ask you this, and I apologize. When did you examine the belt, the seat belt?
The seatbelt was examined on September 1st, 2021.
And again, the specific date for the raincoat was what?
October 5th, 2021.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen, take us to the lab now. How did you examine that garment, the rain jacket?
This was also not our typical garment, and I believe there was some information provided from investigations. So everything I did in this case was at the direct, or in this, for this particular item, was at the direct supervision of Megan Fletcher. She essentially told me where she would like me to collect, and she documented everything on the note sheet while I physically collected the particle list.
427 without objection.
Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And Your Honor, 421 are the particle lists from the rain jacket, and I believe there's no objection except the objection they made previously. No additional objection, 421.
They're admitted.
So let me go back in time real quick. Are these the particle lifts you took from the seatbelt? 427?
Yes, sir. My initials are also on each individual stub.
And that's sort of like the officer has in the scene. You're now doing it in the lab, taking particle lifts, right?
Correct.
And particle lists from 420 lists from 19, 20, and 21, which I think are the pants, the shirt, and the shoes. Were these the particle lists from 420 that you actually took?
Yes, sir.
Again in the twos?
Yes, sir.
And your initials is on?
Yes, sir.
Now, 421, you said it was a little different, unusual. How did you take the particle list on this rain jacket?
I believe everything was considered in Megan's custody while I was doing the collection, and then it was transferred directly to my custody when I carbon coated the particle lifts. That's just a process where a thin layer of carbon is added. It allows the analyst to get better images on the instrument. It doesn't do anything to add or remove GSR. It just simply adds a very thin layer of carbon. So it was in my custody at that time, but prior to that it was in Megan's custody.
Okay. Show you what's marked as 226. Is this the rain jacket that you were describing?
If I can check the bottom cuff. Yes, sir. The date and my initials are here in the bottom cuff.
So you looked at this rain jacket?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And Megan Fletcher was with you?
Yes, sir.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen, how did you process? Where did you attempt to get particle lifts?
Basically the entire garment. We marked it off in different sections, again, where Megan advised me to collect from, and I repeatedly dabbed the particle lift across each section until it lost adhesive.
These particle lifts?
Yes, sir.
You dabbed each one of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are these little things on here? These tape or the...
I'm not sure what those are.
Okay. Now, you did the outside of this garment?
Correct.
Did you do anything else to it?
We also sampled the inside of this garment as well.
So you actually turned it inside out and took samples from the inside?
That's correct.
Okay. Megan Fletcher was with you?
Yes, sir.
What about the hood? Did you test it or take samples from the outside of the hood?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did you take samples from the inside of the hood?
Yes, sir, we did.
Had the court's indulgence. gloves here now, but when you're examining all of these items, do you wear gloves?
Yes, sir.
Does Megan Fletcher, did she wear gloves?
Yes, sir.
Why?
To make sure we're not contaminating it, as well as to protect ourselves from anything that may be on the garment.
And as far as the to not contaminate it, you don't want to put anything of you on that garment.
Correct. It's standard practice for us to wear a lab coat, gloves, and if it's going to be processed for DNA later, we also wear a mask.
And is that in a controlled environment when you attempt to get these particles?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. That's all.
By the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. So that's 423.
Oh, here you are. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hall.
Good afternoon.
You said if you're going to do DNA testing, you wear a mask.
Yes, sir.
Did you wear a mask?
Yes, sir, I did.
So, to your knowledge, were some of these items processed for DNA after the GSR processing?
It was my understanding that they had the potential for DNA analysis. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's just talk about how you go about sampling for GSR. And you talked about the shirt, and you said you would do the chest and sleeve on either side. How does that work? Do you lay the shirt out on a table?
Yes, sir. So as I stated, the table is thoroughly cleaned, and then we place down parchment paper as well, sterile parchment paper, and lay the garment out on that so that we can access all the areas.
And for the shirt here, I think it's item 19, did you just check on the two areas at the top on the chest side?
Yes, sir. Unless we're given information from the investigative team or from an officer who submitted it that there's potentially a reason to test somewhere else, we only test the chest and sleeve area because that's the area that would be closest to the discharge of a firearm.
And that's what you're looking for is,
Simon's food ready.
You call it gunshot residue, is that right?
Yes, sir. It's microscopic, so you cannot see it. Therefore, we're testing the areas where we would expect to find it.
And you would expect to find gunshot residue on the shoulders of a person who had recently shot a gun, I would take it.
Yes, sir.
That's what you're looking for.
That's what we're trying to find out, yes.
Right. And then you did some GSR testing of a seatbelt assembly and buckle and whatnot, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you did GSR testing of this rain jacket here, right?
Correct.
And shirt, shorts, shoes, and Officer Murdaugh, I think is his name, you received a sample from him, and you just checked to be sure it was all.
I didn't physically receive it from him, but he was the collecting officer listed on the sheet. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so he would have taken the sample, or whoever did it would have taken it from Mr. Murdaugh, and that would be item number 18, I believe.
Slide item 18, yes, sir.
And those are the samples taken from Mr. Murdaugh's hands, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you can get gunshot residue on you by just simply picking up a firearm, can you not?
Those questions would be better asked of the analyst. I can only testify to that factually what I did.
Okay. And the analyst here is Ms. Fletcher?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you to take a look at your worksheet, which is in evidence 423. And do you have that up there?
Yes, sir.
You know, I think I'd rather put it on the Elmo so we can. Do you have it in?
I have my copy, yes, sir.
Okay, great. So right. Yeah, go to the top. Okay, let's stop right there. Agent Hall, it says that this was a brand Hanes Beefy T-shirt.
Yes, sir.
And then particle lifts, right sleeve, right chest, left sleeve, left chest, correct?
Correct.
And it says description, paper bag containing one white T-shirt. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Doug, if you'll go up, down a little bit more, okay. And then there it says, comment: small reddish brown stains observed. Shirt had odor of laundry detergent. That's what it says, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what those small reddish brown stains looked like?
They looked like small reddish brown stains on the shirt.
Were they tested?
I have no knowledge of what was done after I handled the object.
Okay. Now below here it says sealed brown paper bag containing one pair of green shorts. Is that just an entry for another item?
Yes, sir. That's item number 20. The sheet is designed where we can put 2 items on one sheet.
Okay. So when you received the shirt, item 19, was it in its own separate bag?
In this case, it was, yes, sir. That's why I made the note that that individual item contained its own brown paper bag, while the description says brown paper bag containing.
Okay. And the shorts, those are green cargo shorts, and again, you lifted, it says right groin, left groin.
Correct.
And it's just on the inside of the pants leg, or?
Well, it's on the outside of the garment, down to, a reasonable distance, depending on the type of fabric, could depend on how much adhesive it has, depending on how large the garment is from the person. A small garment versus a 3XL is completely different. It depends on how far it can go down on the garment.
And to do this, you take a sticky something or another?
It's a double-sided adhesive on an aluminum stub within those little vials. The bottom has a holder for that, and then we grip it by the bottom and repeatedly dab it across the garment.
Until it loses its stickiness?
Correct.
And then, do you do one vial per area or multiple vials?
It's one vial per area listed. If for some reason I needed to use an extra vial or an additional vial, that would have had its own listing on the worksheet.
Okay. Now, I tell you don't know what the results of your lifting were, do you?
No, sir, I do not.
You would then finish your work and send it up the chain?
Yes, sir. All the items are either given directly to the analyst or they're securely stored in the trace evidence lab until the analyst takes possession of them.
Okay. And this blue rain jacket, you said you put carbon on it or something?
Yes, sir. It's a standard practice for anything collected from an inanimate object. We typically get a lot of debris, sand, dirt, or fibers, typically from clothing, and that can cause it to be a little bit more difficult on the instrument for them to get pictures of the particles. So the carbon just allows them to get a better picture of the a better picture of the particles when they do their analysis. But it does not do anything to add or remove GSR.
So you put the carbon down before you use your sticky thing?
No, sir. That process happens after the collection.
Okay.
So it goes into a small device, and there's little rods of carbon that are rubbed against each other inside of the instrument to put the layer of carbon onto it.
I see. But you're not putting carbon on the garment?
No, sir.
Got it. Okay. 1 second, Your Honor. Ms. Hall, are you involved in any way with DNA processing?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. And so you don't know whether any of the items were processed for DNA.
I have no knowledge of where the items went after they left my department.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. Unless you have a 2-minute witness, this will be it for today.
We don't, Your Honor, unfortunately.
Ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Be seated. Mr. Harpootlian, concerning the item that you were objecting to the testing, I think it was that the blue, what exhibit number is that?
Just the rain jacket, Your Honor. Not the T-shirt, not the shorts, not the shoes.
And regarding that same number 226 rain jacket, is the same item that Mr. Griffin cross-examined a previous witness concerning?
Ms. Smith?
Ms. Smith,
Yes,
concerning...
He cross-examined her extensively about whether she'd ever, first of all, was that the rain jacket in his hands when he came in that morning? 2, had she ever seen him with that rain jacket? And 3, did she, I mean, when she looked into the closet, did she know whether it was a tarp or whether it was a rain jacket? Was it the same color? She said it was the same color. That's it. And I objected to it because I thought the prejudicial outweighed the probative.
So I also recall Mr. Griffin questioned her as to whether it appeared there was a gun or different things in it.
No, Your Honor. I questioned her as to the tarp. This witness, Ms. Shelley Smith, they never showed her the rain jacket. She's never identified a rain jacket. And when asking court here a photo of that rain jacket, she says, Your Honor, that is not what he had. And what's so prejudicial is they have introduced GSR, and they will introduce an expert tomorrow to say it's covered with GSR. And that is extremely prejudicial. They have no evidence connecting Mr. Murdaugh to that rain jacket. And the only witness they relied upon to get a search warrant, Your Honor, says that he came in with a tarp. I questioned her whether in the tarp it looked like there was a gun in the tarp. She says no. She says he went upstairs, he came down, he laid the tarp open on his mother's retirement rocking chair. And she leaves that day and she sees the tarp laid out, and it's a tarp that looks like it goes over a car. And now they're coming in, showed her a photo of something in the closet that they seized and says, yeah, does that look like a tarp? I mean, does that look like what you saw? She said, well, it's blue. And now they're putting in GSR on an item in a house he doesn't live in, an item he's never had in his possession, to the best of anybody's knowledge, and that's the basis of our objection, Your Honor.
So, Your Honor, again, if you look at the testimony, excuse me, in its entirety, Ms. Smith described She testified, of course, that Alex Murdaugh had showed up early in the morning, which was highly unusual. He was carrying what appeared to be a blue tarp balled up, and then she was shown the picture in the closet where it's balled up and said, that looks like the item. Now, when it was pulled out and shown by them, she said, that's not what necessarily I saw, but she did recognize the balled up item and the balled up item in the closet, which the investigator said that's how they recovered it. She did identify that picture, and then if you put the two chains of evidence together, that's what the investigator recovered that she identified. Now, certainly they can argue to the jury whether or not that's the right tarp or not, but she did say that that is consistent with what I saw, all balled up, which is the only way she saw it. Again, this is also evidence that was admitted and has been extensively examined before the jury on. So certainly they can argue all these points to the jury, but there's enough of a chain that's been established by the testimony for it to be submitted to the jury.
Your Honor, might I make a suggestion? Yes, sir. We're getting daily transcripts. Perhaps overnight you could, before they, I mean, the prejudicial piece is the witness they're going to put up tomorrow, I would suggest. Perhaps you could look at that daily transcript of her testimony alone. And I don't believe, I submit, she said what he said, maybe what he wished she said, but I don't believe she said what he said. Your Honor, I think Mr. Waters would argue this. I don't believe Mr. Meadows has a dog in this.
Y'all just did.
Well, good for the goose, good for the gander, but 5:20, I just thought maybe this was a simple solution. He's going to say this is what she said. We're going to say this is what she said. I think it's clear she never said that what was in the closet was what he carried in. But, and of course, you have a court reporter that could, I guess not type it tonight, but perhaps give you an audio of it. But it's a very simple question. It boils down to what she said about what she saw in the closet. Because clearly she said that when shown a picture, that's not what he walked in with. He walked in with a tarp, which he left over a chair. And, other than their supposition that he somehow brought that rain jacket in and wadded it up and threw it up in the closet, no evidence that there was a gun, no evidence that anything was balled up in it. They want to make a giant leap of logic. It's not circumstantial evidence of anything. So I would ask the court to perhaps look at the daily transcript. Somebody's got one right there.
Maybe she's
and
covering
just look at
for
her
him.
testimony, not all of it, just her, or even a piece of her testimony. What did she see in the closet in response to Mr. Meadows' question? Mr. Meadows believes she said something, and Mr. Waters believes she said something different than what we think. The proof is in the pudding, as they say, or whatever.
I like
a legal aphorism there, but I would suggest strongly that maybe you overnight look at it and then let us know what you think.
Mr. Meadows, you had something? Mr. Waters, yeah.
I think, and I guess on redirect through their investigator's transcript, I think they were asked, when I asked her if they had asked her about whether it could contain a firearm, and she said, well, I don't know. But that was brought out, I think, which would directly from their investigators who asked her about it. So that, I think, made it relevant. They certainly thought it was relevant when they were interviewing her. So that's why we do think it's relevant, and we hope Your Honor will let us keep going tomorrow with the GSR to see if there's anything potentially in the rain jacket that has GSR evidence.
All right. Okay, we'll adjourn for this day.
Oh, yeah?
What do you mean?
This guy.
got the long ones today. Oh, he's cracking it up. She's downstairs. That was my building. $30 seconds. 30 seconds. There he goes. What's on? Becky. Yes. Yeah, you can get here, but when you go to the family, you head out on the bed. Stand right there and go through. Thank you. I gotta get off the road, sorry. Good.
We have Bruce Thomas, retired.
Earlier today. Whoa.
Wow, he just lost control. Bruce, look at this. He just lost control. He is, that was something else. It looks like he was speeding and began to, weave in and out of lanes, and now he's out of the car and running, and it does look like it looks like it could be a woman, and she's carrying something. What is she carrying? I'm not sure if we can tell. A couple of bags of something. It's hard to know. It could be a man. Yeah. It's hard. No, it's hard to tell at this point. Not sure that they're going to be able to get away. The helicopter is overhead. Law enforcement, it is a man, yes. We can confirm it's now a man. He is stopping. Is he going to carjack another vehicle? I think he's going to try to get into another car here. We don't know if he's armed. This is very interesting. He's trying to get in that car. Oh, wow. Look at that. He left the bags, jumped into the pickup. Oh, now we have police. Now we have police on the scene, and now he is down. He is down. His hands are up. He is face down. He is, they're putting handcuffs on him, several officers there. Wow.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content.
Somebody named Dylan replied to me and said, how long do aftershocks usually last? One of the reports I saw last night said that these aftershocks could go on for like weeks, but I'm not sure. So we'll have to see. But I remember reading one report last night that said that. let's see here. In terms of what's going on right now with the aftershocks, a bunch of 3s and 4s over the last hour. This is from EMSC.
From the other day,
and
I
you can
was
see
just
6 minutes ago, 14 minutes ago, 16 minutes ago, 18 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. These are just most of these in Central Turkey. The Central Turkey ones are going to be the aftershocks. 4.9, 32 minutes ago. There was a 5.2 about 2 hours ago. A 5 and a 5.2 about 2 hours ago. But, you know, I know that it's not known for sure. Some of our viewers think they will go on for years. My guess is that they will not go on with this regularity for years. Global Adventurer says the last one we had here in Mexico, they went on for months.
Must be the end, dude.
Let's see here. Hang on 1 second, guys. Give me one moment here.
I'm drained out of my mind right now. Man. Was it made right for it? Was it?
Should. A lot has changed in recent years. Our southern border was once secure. Now the number of illegal immigrants who cross our border in just 2 years easily exceeds the population of 25 states. Americans are getting hammered by high prices. Today, nearly 2/3 of all Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to make ends meet. Meanwhile, China is infiltrating our culture, our farmland, and our skies because they see us as weak. This is not sustainable. But of all the dangers we face, the greatest threat to our future is our national debt. You deserve the truth. So let's start with the facts.
Who's the fucking dim that just left, asshole?
High, too high.
Democratic
And
bitch.
the problem is getting worse, not
Number
better.
11.
We are now $31 trillion in debt. That is more than the size of the entire American economy, 20% more. Our debt is now a greater burden than it has been at any time since World War II. If we continue down this path, in the next 10 years, we will spend over $8 trillion just on interest. That's more than the entire federal budget this year by a lot. That is neither affordable nor sustainable. When debt is too high, inflation is the result. That is where we are today. Inflation has exploded. Mortgage rates have doubled. Working Americans, after inflation and taxes, have gotten a pay cut. And eggs, a staple of America's breakfast, have gone from a cheap source of protein to a luxury good.
Really?
Like many Americans, you may be wondering, how did we get here?
Just eat oatmeal.
Yes, our nation has taken on debt for most of its history.
Vote for Biden.
But the last few years have been different.
If you voted for
Washington fell for a financial fad.
You're for Trump.
A fiscal fraud. That the national debt doesn't matter. That money can always be created out of thin air to pay for it. And that the solution to higher prices is higher taxes. For years, we've watched as Democrats in Congress spent your hard-earned tax dollars like the dollars were imaginary. Thanks to 4 years of runaway spending by the Democrats, they increased annual discretionary spending by $400 billion.
Oh, 100 fucking billion.
That's a 30% increase in just 4 years.
What's happening?
They took our nation's credit card, spent like crazy, and left us in deep debt. But not once did they seek or accept any responsibility. Instead, they doubled down. In 2021, Democrats passed the largest debt limit increase in American history. Then they maxed our nation's credit cards again just 13 months later.
How do they do that?
Now, President Biden wants Congress to raise the debt limit yet again, without a single sensible change to how government spends your hard-earned money.
For everything.
None.
He says he pays for everything.
Does that sound responsible to you?
No.
Now, if you had teenagers and they spent past the limit on a credit card, yes, you pay for it. But, now this is important, you don't allow their bad spending habits to continue. You change their behavior so it never happens again. You teach them to be sensible, responsible, and accountable adults.
Teenager with a credit card, what is that?
I think I speak for most Americans when I say it's time for Washington to change its behavior and act like adults. 90 days ago, the American people chose to give Republicans power in the House of Representatives because we are committed to finding solutions that curb inflation. At its source, wasteful Washington spending. We are already changing the behavior of this government. The runaway spending of the last few years, it's over. Now we must return Washington to a basic truth. Debt matters. The debt limit is one of the most important opportunities Congress has to change course. How will we respond to determine what happens to our children and to their children in coming years and decades? The choice is clear. We can have reckless spending, or we can have responsibility. We cannot have both. We can leave our children a future with higher inflation, higher interest rates, and crushing debt, or we can leave them free to pursue happiness as God intended. What Americans want, and what Republicans are fighting for, is a responsible debt limit increase that puts us on a path towards a healthier economy. We will curb wasteful Washington spending to reduce inflation and return our government to fiscal sanity. We will preserve our ability to defend this nation against threats abroad. Cuts to Medicare and Social Security, they are off the table. Defaulting on our debt is not an option. But neither is a future of higher taxes, higher interest rates, and an economy that doesn't work for working Americans. Debt limit debates have been used for nearly every successful attempt to reform federal spending in living history. Why? Because the problem only gets solved when both parties come to the table. But don't just take my word for it. Here's what then Vice President Biden said when he negotiated a debt limit increase with House Republicans in 2011. You can't govern without negotiating, he said. Those are his words. That's what his sensible standard. And House Republicans are following it now. Mr. President, it's time to get to work. Surely we both agree that the national debt is too high. Surely we both agree that inflation hurts American families. Surely we can trim waste and streamline programs to make them both stronger and more efficient. So let's do this. As a senator, you voted against raising the debt ceiling, Mr. President. To quote your words, your vote in 2004 was a protest of the policies that have brought us to a point and a demand that we change course. We need a different approach. No drawing lines in the sand or saying it's my way or the highway. No policy gimmicks or political games. But most of all, no blank checks for runaway spending. Just sensible, responsible solutions to our growing national debt. Now, here are mine. First, we will continue to sit down and negotiate, just as President Biden did in the past. Second, we must commit to finding common ground on a responsible debt limit increase. Finding compromise is exactly how governing in America is supposed to work, and exactly what the American people voted for just 3 months ago. Third, we must move towards a balanced budget and insist on genuine accountability for every dollar we spend. Future generations deserve nothing less. A responsible debt limit increase that begins to eliminate wasteful Washington spending and puts us on a path towards a balanced budget is not only the right place to start, it's the only place to start. My fellow Americans, I cannot stand still in the face of a growing national debt and diminishing economic opportunities. My colleagues and I in Congress were elected at this moment in time to restore your voice in Washington and to deliver the bright future you want, need, and deserve, not only for you, but for your children and their children. We will not let you down. Mr. President, congressional Republicans are ready to act, to save our country and to make America stronger. I hope you will join us. Thank you, and God bless.
I brought you the news. Do I get something? You wasn't gonna thank me or anything? You wouldn't have seen that otherwise. Shut the fuck up. I wouldn't have seen it either. Whatever, Bill. You wouldn't have seen it. You wouldn't have seen it. Would you? I doubt. Maybe. What's real brother doing? He just get on?
Here would be interested in ordering some
all about this
Girl Scout
boxing
cookies
game lately, isn't he?
from a family friend. If y'all want some Girl Scout cookies, let me know. I got to connect.
Bro,
you see how I'm scratching my neck right now.
Girl
so y'all
Scout
got any more of them
cookies-
chocolate coconut thin mix?
You only got to connect on Girl Scout cookies if you can get them less than $5 delivered to me.
Coconut. And we done. All right. How's everybody feeling today? Let me ask y'all this. Should we run music or no music? I'm thinking the music might have contributed to some of the lag last night. Hey, Nick, what's up? Nick,
What do you
make
think?
sure I get your friend request on COD, okay? Because I'm going to get you in some Call of Duty today, all right, Nick? Mafia Gaming, if you're down for some COD, COD is on the map today, okay? He said, hey, if you want some badass cookies, check out my cookie dealer. It's a funny name, but real talk, check them out. So, Audie boy, cookie dealer, they out there slanging cookies like crack, huh?
Want to get some cod in, y'all?
My cookie
Wanna
dealer.
get some cod
Bruh,
in a
I
minute?
didn't know people had sweet teeth like that. Sweet tooth like
It's
a
not
mother.
420.
Yo,
Do you know what you're talking about?
I got dinner today. I had a spicy chicken sandwich, guys, and I got some mac and cheese.
What is it called when you're
I know
having
you
a
really
whiskey?
can't see that. That's
Oh,
Chick-fil-A.
something else.
But I got some mac and cheese.
I'm about to knock it off real soon, though,
Chick-fil-A.
after my surgery, whenever it is.
Shout out to Chick-fil-A for the macaroni
We'll work
and
out
cheese.
more.
Johnny Funko
Not
in the
drink the
building.
same.
I'm gonna do Fortnite first after I get done. I'm gonna try to give myself an hour. We're 11 minutes in, so let's see what's fixed and what's broken.
There's some Bowmore 12.
He said, "Ha for real.
and
Check
some
them
Pellegrino.
out." My cookie dealer, guys. My rank
What's
right now
Bobby
is
Moyle? Is
26
that a weed?
wins and 33 losses. I'm almost back to 50-50. Join the Glitch Nation Discord, guys, if you want to connect and talk to me personally offline. You don't need my telephone number. You don't need to worry about connecting to me in a weird way. You can email me realbrother32@gmail.com, or you can hit me up in my Discord, okay? Any conversations I have with you are personal and private. I don't
Did you just pick it up?
cross-talking situations with people.
It was smoked out.
Some of you are blessed to have my phone number. I'm thinking about changing my number, though, and starting from scratch. I've had that phone number for 23 years, and I got people calling me from my past that I really don't want calling me no more. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really thinking about getting rid of my phone number. I still ain't got no wins on Warzone. But hey, get on the game, Pikachu. Oh, shit. This dude got 16 wins, 32 losses. We almost alike. He beta testing, though. Okay. He got one draw. This is going to be a test. Your boy Real about to get tested.
Carafilling.
Oh, shit.
So
Yo,
got
Pikachu, you down for some Warzone tonight?
Flavor, maybe.
Yo, Lee, if you're
Orangey
watching, man, I love you. Lee, I'm here for you, bro.
Oh, yeah, Lee's going through some
Shout out to
shit,
Lee
y'all.
Henson. I did some mac and cheese and some chicken teriyaki shish kebab for lunch today. Damn, where you get it from? That sounds like some goddamn Panera bread or some goddamn Panda Express. Shish kebabs, boy, that's some good eating.
Oh, no.
All right, man, they got me fighting against one of my favorite fighters. Deontay the Bronze
I don't know,
Bomber Wilder.
it's
I
funny,
love you,
the
bro.
thing that I clicked on
They
actually
cheated,
is
bro.
Loom.
I've
Loom
traveled twice
Cannabis
to Vegas
Co.
to see you.
And
Only
it's
to leave in defeat
strain.
and
It's
disappointment.
like-
But you know what?
so
I kept my head high
that's
because
what
of you,
Loom
champ.
is.
I made it. You mother trucker. Y'all ain't know you could cook, Bless. My boy cook. I'm coming to your crib, bro. He said, don't play with me in the kitchen now, bro. I suck at cooking. I ain't gonna lie. Ladies,
It's just
if you need a
strain.
man to beat the back up and beat your plate up, I can beat your back up, baby. I can't beat the plate up for you. You get some of them. You got some Thin Mints? Nick, I ordered some Thin Mints. Hey, yo, what up, Eddie? Eddie Cologne in the building,
I
y'all.
definitely
Shout out to little
opened
bro
up
Eddie. He
the
said, real salute,
least
you mother trucker.
favorable
What's up, big
bottle I
dog?
got, even though it's not the cheapest. The
Man, I
Roller
hope y'all
12
doing
is
good.
Probably,
It's gonna be a good fight. This dude right here is a beta tester like me.
I'm not probably not
He
going to
been
get a
around for
Bowmore
a long
12 again.
time.
That's why I'm kind of like, I didn't want to drink this one because I just want to hold it and have it, but we do a taste test of against it, and then 14, I'll leave some in the bottom of it. We're doing that later. Alright,
Okay,
the
they
14,
fixed some
18 are
things.
much better. Probably a lot more flavor in them. There's so much flavor in it. The water really takes away from it. Unlike that tequila, man, you can add two shots of water. That it's still
I almost had it.
very
They fixed
flavorful.
Deontay's defense.
Same with that Glenlivet still,
Okay, they fixed his power too.
and the Old Forester 1920. This one kind of weak. Might have put less water with it.
Woo! Woo!
A
I had
very
to do it to my
professional
boy
weak
D.
shop.
I had to get him. What's environment size corner? I think he means environment. Hey, Beaks. Beaks, are you getting on the game tonight? I know you might be getting that. Are you out of practice yet? You just got out of school? They fixed Ali's overhand. Oh my God. Yo, I'm getting on Fortnite next. So all my kiddos at school, Getting ready to get out of school. If you want to play Fortnite with your boy Real, I'm going to do 1 hour of Fortnite. I'm putting only the best in the game today. So if y'all want to play, come on. I want to get some dubs with my friends, with my family. I didn't get to play with Liv yesterday, but I missed her. Salute and shout out to Olivia. How you doing, baby girl? He spelled it in the same multiple times, so he must be. Well, yeah, let's not get too deep on that. Pikachu is from the UK.
I went to a place
That's my
that
brother,
was like
y'all.
that.
And so is Size Corner. Size Corner is a really good friend of
Colorado.
mine. He's a high-functioning
Actually, they had
person over
iPads
in
and
Ireland.
it was they had like all the weed.
He quit. No.
To where
No, don't quit, bro. I was having fun.
it was lined up and you could look at it really
Pikachu from the
easily, but it was
UK,
behind
Size
glass, so you
Corners
couldn't
from
actually
Ireland,
smell anything.
Lee
It was
Henson
already
is from
starting
the
to.
UK, Queen Sans King Anubis from the UK.
They were already
I got a lot
starting
of
to
friends
transfer,
from the UK,
convert
guys.
into that type of
Warzone
environment.
tonight, yes.
And it's
So in
like
about,
as much as it seemed more
45 minutes to
professional,
an
you
hour,
didn't
I'm
have
going
the
to get
same
on
closeness to
Fortnite.
the
Fortnite
weed.
is up first because the kids are just getting
And
out
they
of
still
school.
like boop, 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 boop. And then like when
And
they were
then after
done,
that, I'm going to get
you'd
on
walk
Warzone.
up to the
So
register and then
everybody that wants to play,
that
get ready,
person
okay?
would get it all for
That was a
you.
good
And
game.
it was a trip,
Man, I
dude.
hit him with
That was years
everything.
ago.
I hit him with everything.
I forgot about that place.
That was a good first game on. We got a dub.
The one in Long Beach is like that
Yeah, that's
too,
what I'm
man. You
saying.
go in.
Yeah, so he
And
spells it that
you can
they,
order it
some
yourself
spellings, like
on the
US
iPad.
spellings are different
Actually,
or
you don't
similar
even need.
to
They
the
can
UK
do it too,
spellings,
though.
but I don't know. Maybe that's just how he spells.
That's where it's all going.
Man, they always quit when stuff getting interesting. I was
kind of
enjoying
like
that
that.
fight.
Now
I really
that I
was. I
can't
swear to
smell
God.
it,
So they
especially.
fixed the lag.
I
Did
don't.
that
I don't
lag
need
at all?
a
It doesn't
salesman.
look like it lagged that much.
And like what made the salesman cool before is they
All right, we
could
gonna
get
go
the
back to
weed
Ali.
out and they could open it and let you smell it and kind of look at it and shake it a little bit if you wanted to. You know.
When he played Fortnite and won
Get the tongs and squeeze one.
crazy. 8 kills, 6 assists, and 6 headshots.
But now they're going it's all prepackaged.
Which one you from?
In the beginning, the prepackaged stuff was like kind of
I
bougie
ain't from
and
the island.
fancy. It seemed
I
like,
just
ooh, it's
like
in a
going to
glass
the
jar
islands.
instead of a plastic bottle. Fancy.
I'm just curious, like that real. If you don't know, I'm going
It
to
was
ask.
nice
You better
being able to
ask somebody
smell
that-
it first,
oh,
though,
God,
dude. I
Rocky
really like
Marciano.
to connect
This
with
guy
the
can
weed like
fight,
that
y'all.
before I
Y'all
buy
see
it.
that,
Sometimes I buy some and I'm like,
that calling card he changed out. He
like
got the
that
same one as
marshmallow
me.
OG.
This
I
his
wasn't
third
really
account.
feeling that
This
one.
ain't his first rodeo. I
Didn't
like
taste
when
like
people get
marshmallows.
inquisitive and ask questions.
Didn't taste. I didn't like the flavor
Did
of
they
it.
fix
even.
the audio on this game? So right now, you guys notice I'm not running any audio, no music. Just
It's
this.
hard to tell by the descriptions of terpenes sometimes.
Don't just run up on me, bro.
There have been times when I read terpene descriptions and thought, oh, this weed's
Nice.
going to be kind of gross. And then I ended up really enjoying it.
Nice. He going body. He doing some work.
I just can't get into a game like this really to play it. It's interesting to watch, but
Nope, he's doing that shit again. He's not really trying to fight.
maybe if more of the community members played with me, I might want to. Tolerance fasting, yeah, me too. Yeah. X. So you got
Nice shot.
service at clothing stores? They don't do that anymore? They don't talk to you at the store and try to sell you clothes? Maybe not. A lot of times I went to one. I guess it depends. Like if you go to a suit shop, they do probably a men's suit shop. Oh, I have a DM on Discord, man. What are you talking about?
The evilment
Who are you?
is about household gases and pollution pumping gas into the air. If we're not careful, it will trigger massive thunderstorms and tornadoes. Right. So the podcast could be the evilment, but I think he means environment. But I understand what you're saying, Si. Thank you, brother. Bless Saint, I was messing with you, bro. I was on about the song. Oh, okay. This guy right here, he's interesting, guys. He's gonna test me a little bit.
Never answer me.
They changed it from 29,260 to 29,200. The same thing, you know.
Look near me. Breaking news.
Oh, I wanted to check something else here. Hang on one moment, guys.
I've got that breaking news.
Alright. Got the Baltimore 12 here for that bottle. Okay. I might not need any water.
And there's all kinds of rescue coverage going on. Like the these Turkish news stations are like constantly covering, and for good reason. There's all these like giant piles of rubble, and rescue workers are desperately trying to pull people from the rubble. But it's very hard to make much progress with a big pile of rubble. But you know, there's just live. I'm looking at one right now that's showing multiple rescue sites, and it's just unbelievable the number of cities and the distance between them where you have these giant building collapses. You know, just to go over the map again, here's Turkey. Here, I mean, you have, just as an example.
Yeah. Way more flavor.
So the earthquake occurred about 20 miles from Gaziantep, but like there's severe damage in Antakya, and there's severe damage in Diyarbakir.
You're a little bit
right?
low.
So just the distance between Diyarbakir and Antakya that's 250 miles. That's 250 miles. Diyarbakir is up here, and Antakya is down here. 250 miles away, and they both have severe damage from the earthquake. Severe damage also in Kahramanmaraş, for example, Adıyaman, Malatya, Iskenderun, Osmani.
Never heard of 80 of these places.
You know, these cities are dozens and sometimes hundreds of miles away from each other. And they all have severe damage. It's unbelievable, just the range. It's not just one city. And then also there's damage that goes well into we're not even talking about northern Syria. You know?
Do you know?
Damage in Hama, in Idlib, further south. Just imagine.
Well, time to play games. No. We went below 9. We went below 10. I mean, that's all I got to do is go below 10. I'm allowed to play games. I'm allowed to play games. Ow. Hey kids, welcome to game time. I got the special controller here. PlayStation Edge. Oh no. Wait, I'm doing it wrong. I forgot. Hold up. Okay. Oh yeah, this. Whoa. I have my headphone crack. That's way better with less water with this one. The ABV just doesn't have it at 40%. The extra 20% in non-chill filtered makes a big difference in the amount of flavor. And the Glenlivet illicit still Scotch. This one is also 12-year, just like that one, but this one's 20% weaker at 40 ABV, and it's chill filtered, and that chill filtration thing also accounts for some flavor loss. I only got this one because Costco had it, and I'd never seen them have it, and I was at an out-of-town Costco too, so I was like, oh. But not one I would recommend, because there's nothing special about it. It's drinkable. I wouldn't mind having a map of the world on the wall, like right. Ah, that was close.
Training is over. Time to see what you have learned.
Break it, 1-9er. What are you guys doing?
people? Where they at?
I don't know, I didn't mark them. I think they're outside.
Hostile recon deployed.
Oh, blue must have been marking them.
No.
Hi.
I'm not marking them. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my god! They're killing me! Buddies! Oh.
Help him!
Alright, where'd that come from?
Crap.
There's no one here. I take it back. There's someone over here.
Mid-cal round.
Just one?
No, there's two.
No, there's a couple. Oh, you weren't talking to me, sorry.
On everybody.
Stronghold. Targets are marked under attack map.
They know we gotta come to them.
Get my fucking with it.
Hey, you must have lit them off.
Hey, there's a stronghold here you guys can go to.
Your team is in the safe zone.
Let's use the truck.
Where are we going? Oh shit. Oh, get out of the way, get out of the way.
Oh shit. What the fuck? Damn, man.
Surviving earns them redeployment.
I'm gonna attempt to drive straight up to you dudes.
I'm going to you, bro.
Your squad mate has failed. They are returning to base.
Hey, Pluto, you got nothing. You're right by the buy station.
Oh shit, oh yeah, let me get blue.
Coming.
Yellow, you gotta come. shit.
This building looks good. Safe right here.
Hey, they're right there. They're over there. They're at this house right here.
Oh, I see him running across the bridge.
Where are you at? Well, we're gonna have to go over there.
He's going up the hill.
Get on this boat. Let's get on this boat. Come this way.
Well, can't take us anywhere but into their area.
Move up to like these buildings, the bigger buildings right there. Because if we can get to a top floor, we can just hold the top floor. Now let's move far down towards the city area unless you guys want to go up top.
You can go far down city.
Yellow, we're already moving. Oh, someone's fighting right over there, so be careful. We're in zone, so let's try to find a nice tall building to hide in.
Gas is moving. New safe zone located.
Oh wait, if we get in the zone, we can hide in one of the buildings over here. Fuck
There's
it.
already people going over there. Let's do it. Let's see it. On me.
Yeah, I'm pushing with you. I see people over there too.
Hey, let's go, let's go. Let's go.
Movement.
He ran out there, over there. Who's that?
I got you, Ray B.
Oh yeah, he's going back to you. Oh, his squad's coming.
Alright, let's try to get some distance on him, dude. Oh shit! Well, took it down me.
Get over there, gang. Ah, how do you down here?
Gotta revive him.
Marking enemy.
How did I not hit him? Behind that rock.
Right here, right here, right here.
Oh shit, oh shit, it's on the roof.
Yeah, watch out, watch out. It's gonna get ready.
Oh, fuck. I went into the fucking menu. Alright, Ah!
Where the hell am I getting shot from? What the fuck?
Locating the safe zone.
boys are talking about you. They're saying there's one of you in there. They know. They know.
Alright.
What?
Okay.
One of the guys you killed, they came into the gulag and they're all talking.
Oh, that was hectic, dude.
Enemy UAV overhead.
I know.
Enemy UAV active.
I want to see if anybody's in the house up there. Empty. Go around. People are gonna start jumping out of that house in a second. There they go. There's one right there. Oh my god. Oh no, I gotta go first.
Only 25 left. Keep up the good work. Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
I gotta go further. What the fuck, man? Always got the gold gun. I don't even want to see the kill. Let me out of here. The fire rate on that thing is a little intense. PC players too. Oh, and they're all squatted up with the clan tag, the same on all 4 of them. They know each other even. I had no chance. Jailed. They're all dead. Now we get the weapons. I got to get a bunch, so because I made it so far. Hey, another level. What we got here? What we got here? Not this one. Another the other ones. Man, really? Nothing on any of them really. Fucking. Oh, we're one step closer to getting this gun unlocked. Wait, I thought we just got one. Oh, we said I got one. I don't know how to. Not sure what that was then. I didn't get anything. I thought I got at least a little something. 6 people just left without saying a word. Feels good, man. Or 4 people, I should. 4 people. 4 people just left without saying a word. We're down to 6 now. Because I sound like a goober when I talk. I instantly think shit like that. Like I shouldn't have sounded like that when I talk. I'm an idiot. Why did I sound like that? People hate me. These are the first thoughts that go through my mind when people leave en masse. Hey.
What's the deal? What's the deal?
Puffco with the 710 loaded up. What's going on?
No, hear what you say.
Yeah. Raul! Are you ready?
Yeah, man.
If your name's actually Raul, though, I'll give you $10. You're the winner!
Hostiles dropping into the area.
4 viewers. I'm down to 4 fucking viewers, man. This is some bullshit right now. Join my stream or something, because I'm dying as a game streamer. They don't like watching this. I got too many old people watching me from YouTube. Oh, I'm on YouTube right now, that's why. That's the fucking problem! I'm on YouTube! I forgot. Alright, let's go. I'm about to turn y'all off and go back to Twitch, assholes. Y'all are pissing me off. Tony, you ready to go back to Twitch with me? Who's ready? Who's coming with me? I'm about to turn that one on and turn this off, actually. Bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. You see what you're doing. You're not talking. You're fucking ignoring me. You're not coming. Let's go, dude. Let's go, Tony. You're a VIP. You'll be there. Let's go. Let's do this. I gotta do the end screen for you guys, though. I'm gonna jump out when you guys jump out. Whee! Hey, thanks for your support. All of you. See you on Twitch. Love you guys. Alright.